Ball bags!
Yellow, yellow. Waiting for it to load on in. Just waiting for it to load in. We're already loading into the lobby. Let's chill out a little bit more. Let me digest my lunch. Who am I rooting for? Talon. But, you know, if Boom plays well, I'll accept that too. X-Fire wearing X-Pack. Got myself a nice, beautiful Air laptop bag, and I love it. Where's Michael Phoenix? He has 2 kids. He's a busy man. Both hands are full with children. Little load in a bit. Hopefully we've fixed our encoder issues. It looks like we have. I'm trying to pump a little bit more bit rate out. Why am I stuck at 7? Okay, it's 1080p 60 now. It still looks somewhat compressed, but you know what? This is all we can do. Apparently, that's all the 5800X 3D can do. How much is the delay? It's 15 minutes from Dota TV. I do know the draft has started. That's how I know I can try to watch from the delay. We're not in the lobby. All right. Waiting for the lobby to load in. You're very much welcome, Ichiro0. We need some English coverage of these games. Southeast Asia doesn't get enough love. Just realized you guys weren't hearing the Tusk Punch. How do we turn off fades? Audio fades. I have no clue. Okay. Best region. It is probably the most entertaining region. We are honestly still a step behind when it comes to Eastern Europe and Western Europe in terms of actual play, but I think Talon's shown us that it can be competitive. Boom a little bit less so. This is not Clean Fleet, Arek Bekasi. We are watching from Dota TV. We don't have lobby access. So we are watching from Dota TV. We're not pulling in. We're not in the lobby. Remember when TNC won that competition with Morph Shaker? I do remember. Me and Mike were casting. The Morph Shaker, the Morphling Spirit Breaker. And I was telling this to Permasnee's Mike yesterday. I do miss when Morphling Ags would let you copy your allies. I do miss it. Cuckoomancer, will it come out? You know what? I mean, we can just spoil ourselves here if we're really feeling that frisky. They haven't chosen yet, so they're not done with the draft yet. Which means we have a ways off. Who's this? Dato. Oh, it's Borko. Okay. Boomboy's in a lobby? What tournament's happening? Asian Dragon? Who's this? Be humble. Why can't I click him? Why can't I view profile? Eh? Ah, can't view profile. Interesting. Anyways, let's go back. WS, watch. No, I can't. Who was online? Tim's was online. The Talon pick Veno? No. Mr. Battlebeard, C is better than NA Dodo. I mean, yes, but like that's frankly not a high bar. Daddy Yoe, hello. It's a spicy name. In relation to Yoe. Daddy Yoe. You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see like a WS Phoenix again. Because holy shit, that was just insane. When will be the new patch? Who knows? I certainly don't. I don't know when that patch will be. It'll come. At some point. Fix my compressor a little bit. Yeah, alright. That should be it. No, it's still a little bit strong. I'll put gain down a little bit. There you go. That should not peak as much. Okay. I think. Minus 2 dB on the compressor. Hopefully that's fine. Let me know what audio sounds like on the microphone. Bob Best mid from C. Does he not give you hope for C? I can't. When do I think it will be out? Nguyen Viet Huang. Maybe right before Wallachia? Maybe after Dream League. Shit, you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for whatever comes after Crownfall. I think we have to get that now. It has to be there. It ran for almost a year. That's our yearly event. That's our battle pass. Tiberos, yeah, I mean, Bob Best mid from C, does he not give me hope? I mean, he does. But Bob hasn't been qualifying, you know? Like, my man needs to get to the LAN. John, no class switching to green stream. I should set up an account. I don't know if... I don't know, I know the other guys get offers. I'm like, if I'm not offered, then why would I just willingly go there? I don't know. What I do know is we are finally into this one.
5 seconds, boss. Dyer's ban.
We've got it. Boom Esports up against Talon Esports in a best of 5 grand final for the Southeast Asian. PGL Wallachia Season 4 Southeast Asian C. Southeast Asian C. Southeast Asian close qualifiers.
5 seconds.
Friendly Rage, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be taking someone else's stream and casting over it. Mr. Destruction, haven't recalibrated. I was at Div 4, then I crashed to like
Radiant's
Legend
banned.
5 Ancient 1 again, and I'm like, I don't want to play again. I lost so much MMR. I was just like, nope, we're not doing this again.
Radiant's turn to ban. Dire's ban.
You see the bans, Alina along with Terrorblade, with the Phoenix and Abaddon as well. So they take away those cheeky picks from Talon. Talon, for their part, taking care
10
of the
seconds
Nyx
left.
and the Doom. So, what do we have left? We've got
5
Alchemist,
seconds
we've got DK, we've got PA. You know what, maybe that compressor's a little bit too aggressive. There you go. 1.6 seems a little bit more fair. You've got Dawnbreaker still in the pool, especially with the Nyx ban out. You've got Lycan still in the pool here for Talon as well. Best Panda Salt Store, Daddy Yoe. Hard to say.
Dire's pick.
Panadero is pretty alright. Rose.
Radiant's choice.
Rose is a big shop as well.
Bounty hunter.
They go to the Bounty Hunter on Talon, so that's been something we've seen first phase banned as well. No Nyx to worry about in terms of scanning him out. And now they can try to snowball here with Jokam. Very safe opener. Bounty has risen back into the meta.
10 seconds left.
What do you do? What do you go for here on Boom? You want the
5
Clockwork
seconds
yourself.
remaining.
Clockwork, pretty top tier support, still available.
Dire's turn to ban.
Yeah, there you go. Just Clockwork pickup, nice and easy. So you do get that nice, steady support coming out here for the side of Boom Esports. For the side of Talon,
Dire's turn to ban.
next ban's out. Banning out the Darkseer. So no FBZ Darkseer to come in. Already banned out the Doom a while ago. Batrider support's gone as well. What else do we take care of here? Are you worried about like a Jackie DK? Are you worried about Jackie Dusa? I feel like that's a
10
pocket
seconds
pick that
remaining.
Jackie's more comfy with. Although Natsumi is a prolific Medusa player from his
5
top
seconds
tier
lost.
in
Radiant's turn to ban.
Polaris, his peak. Ban out the Beastmaster instead of FBZ. So what are we looking for WS? Lycan still in the pool if you don't ban that out in Boom Esports. I don't know if anyone else in C has been playing Lycan outside of WS.
10 seconds
If you had
left.
11 would. Abaddon has
5
changed
seconds
draft
remaining.
formation. Yeah, it has. It really has. Can Bounty Hunter core Rod? It could, but I don't think it's that great. I have to see. Again, Lycan's still in the pool here. For the
Radiant's
side
back.
of Boom to ban, and they ban out the PA instead. So Bristleback's in the pool. They go for it on Boom Esports. Nice and simple. No Doom to worry about. What is Talon's answer? Lycan in that lane doesn't feel great. Razor's an option that we don't really see. Zex are fine.
Five seconds, boss.
Dawn, I think Dawn's alright. You don't need to worry about Clockwork. Silencer's a dead hero, so you could certainly go Dawnbreaker. But yeah, well, if you guys can look at the screen, PA's banned out. They go to Morphling pickup on Talon. Shadow Demon's still on hand. If you want that, but they just go for the core to core. That feels pretty damn good. So you got the Natsumi Morphling coming in. Bristleback's alright to turn into. You don't tend to get Ags though on Morphling, so you don't get the Bristleback active.
10 seconds
But even just a shard with Hairball could be good to just slow down. Again, Lycan's still available.
5
I'm
seconds
much more
remaining.
curious about the off lane here from Talon and what others support they'll get. I feel like Shadow Demon's your only break option now. If you are worried about this Bristleback in any form,
Radiant's pick.
like Shadow Demon's your only answer. Instead, it's the Venomancer. Cuckoo Mancer coming out here. Sneeze where? Perma Sneeze is celebrating Valentine's Day and having a bit of a rest. He just came back from work.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
The Cuckoo Mancer coming in. Mind you, I think Zhao is much more ready for this than anything else. But that does lead to some great possibilities. Of course, the last time we saw the Cuckoomancer come in, Natsumi had to play a space-making Lifestealer. You don't want to do that with a Morphling. Boom Esports go into the Enigma for FBZ, and they go into the Zeus as well to help scout out that Bounty Hunter. Which raises some interesting questions. Are we getting the support Enigma or the mid Zeus? It's probably the support Enigma now. So what is it? A 5 Enigma, 4 clock Zeus mid? Or are you going Zeus... No, Zeus 5 surely, and you're on FBZ on the off lane Enigma. Yes, that should be the rate. So you get the Bristleback Zeus, high value stick lane. Very high value stick lane to play with. Now, what do you want on Talon? Aura build-up's going to be important. They go with the Monkey King pickup first, so they settle in with what could be a mid or safe, likely not offlane. Right? Like, we are not going to be seeing a WS offlane. Oh, actually, Monkey King into Bristleback, I would say, is a good lane matchup. But you're likely running Mikado Monkey. The issue is you don't really see the mid matchups left. Like, you're not expecting that against Zeus. So maybe you're trying to force out the Zeus mid because the matchup's alright, but probably don't want that. They ban out the Quap, maybe banning out something like Caroline has already been banned out. Earth Spirit, still a favorable matchup. Shaker, an annoying matchup. Like that Timbersaw ban from the side of Boom Esports, ensuring that the clearance for the Eidolons aren't there. Something that bursts down the Bristleback quite nicely is gone.
10 seconds remaining.
Now what do you go for here?
5 seconds remaining.
Taking their time in this ban for Boom Esports.
Dire's ban.
Abaddon is banned out. I mean, Lycan is there.
10 seconds left.
Lycan into Bristle, maybe not
5 seconds
amazing. Lycan into Zeus as well. It's a little bit harder to chase around. You already have the Bounty Hunter that's kind of sneaking around Invis.
Dire's back.
And you kind of lack a problem with, like, stopping Black Hole once BKB's up. What'll it be? You can get the Dazzle ban out as well, just to make sure the Monkey King has a good time on mid. That's probably the only matchup that sucks. And again, Lycan's the only option available. Whether or not you want that here for WS is a different question. There's been some tech coming out. You know, offlane Alchemist is something that we just tested out yesterday, me and Lane. And WS said he'd be interested. I don't know if he'd be interested in playing it in a game like this. It's a little bit risky. Terrorblade's not particularly amazing. I don't think Bristleback's actually great for Terrorblade. There's no one that really gets annoyed by Reflection. Tidehunter could be nice. It's decent enough. But it's also not particularly amazing. It is a good pipe carrier, but your chances are with Cuckoo Venomancer, you're running pipe on Cuckoo anyway. Nightstalker could be fine. Jump the Zeus, jump the Enigma. Take the vision away from Bristleback. Melee matchup does mean Bristleback will just enjoy that, of course, but that will be the case no matter what. Lycan is the choice, so it'll just be the Lycan. You do have, again, the Clockwork and the Zeus that you can try to chase down. It kind of ties in with Monkey King nicely with the Tree Dance on, so you can just kind of keep up with wolves, use them for vision, catch someone out, get a pick off, go away. Pretty nicely here for the side of Talon. I like that possibility, Daddy Yoa. Like an Ags, Dog, Monkey, Jumping Trees. That is a good possibility. For Boom Esports, what are you looking on mid? I mean, Tiny is still there, but Tiny to Monkey I don't think is particularly amazing. It's all right, level 1 to 2. And then the Monkey King can just kind of run you down. You do have toss back at the very least with Avalanche. So that is one way. Could be it. It gives them some good burst play as well. Issue is you're playing a Blink reliant hero on like a Venomancer. So once the Venom just starts dropping wards everywhere, you get plinged a little bit. You can't blink. It doesn't feel good. That's a good question, Daddy Yoe. Will they have dog monkeys if he heads to bite on Wukong's command? I'm not too sure. I feel like he ought to be. What else is there for Mac? I mean, Pangalier's there. Pango's there as well, and I think the matchup's like okay against Monkey King. It's not amazing. But it's also not a bad Pango game, all things considered. I'll just go with a Puck. So they actually picked the Puck into the Monkey King matchup, which, as we already know, is not great. Mikado's going to be having a pretty fun time there. At the same time, there's not much hold for the Puck down the line here. You only have what? Adaptive Strike, I guess, the Shadow Walk Break, and Boundless to lock in this Puck. So it's a relatively free game for Mac in that sense. It's just the lane is atrocious. That is an interesting effect on FBZ. What the hell is going on? That's a lot of particle effects. But still... Oh, yeah. Mac has the ugly-ass Puck. Seahorse Puck. Do not like that set.
10 seconds left.
Still, in terms of draft, I actually like the potential on Boom.
5 seconds remaining.
I like this capability of just having a lot of AoE control and damage. I don't think your teamfight and Talon is that great. I think this is something that we've seen from Talon. Sometimes they really don't focus on like teamfight potential or control, and they just try to outplay and outpace you with pickoffs. So, I don't know if that's going to work here. It's a little bit challenging for the side of Talon. Again, this Puck is going to be very slippery. You only have really Shadow Walk Break, Boundless, and Adaptive Strike. And really, out of all of that, your probably best bet is just the Boundless Strike to kind of get that control onto Mac. So, Mikado really has to work his lane out to win over this Puck, show us the Wraith bands into Brown Boots timing, or just literally Brown Boots timing for Puck kind of dies. Real Akashi? Add Dota 2 live to the title. So, a lot of people watch. Alright. I can't fit that into the title anymore. Live. Okay, let's just put live. Get into it. Game number 1 in our best of 5.
Don't play like
All
last time. Just watching the replay was embarrassing.
And again, Talon had a pretty great run in the upper bracket. They did drop 2 games, but they have won every series. So it's not been as dominant for Talon. They have dropped a couple of times. Boom Esports getting knocked down early by Chicken and Friends, and then they got their revenge in the lower bracket. Got their revenge against the Kukuis as well. Chokam. Baiting out Obs. It's actually just him. See if any sentries start to fly in. Okay, take the wolves out. Smoke out from Mikado and
30 seconds.
Kuku just to take runes. No big contest so far. No one's grouping up for anything. So a lot of respect from both sides. Daddy OF, what is my what is my microphone? It's a Maono PM500. Jokam can get away with a little bit of a snag here. Doesn't look like he will force it. There's a ward there as well. Let's watch him almost fade away. So 2 for 2, nothing too exciting. The Thunder Gods, or the Lightning Bolt, should be able to spot out the ward. And Zhao's going to get that done as there's a bit of a pause. Jocam again having some internet issues. Not a good sign. As we've seen that be an issue for Jocam in some Talon games here. Bring the music back up a little bit. Hopefully, we don't get any trouble here for Jocam. Ping looks fine, but again, Jocam's still disconnected. What is Jocam's username even? Jinro, okay. Jinro. Yeah, okay, he's still disconnected here. Alright. We'll see. Hopefully that ping stabilizes for Mr. Jocam. Trey Kunkuro. And this is the original map. Andrew Shuai. Do you use KVM? What's KVM? I don't use KVM. Oh, you mean like... Is that the keyboard pass... The USB pass-through for 2 PCs? No, I only use 1 PC. What's the quality looking like? We pumped up our encoder settings. Oh, it looks pretty sharp. Yeah, fast is not... Fast is good. Very fast is not. That compression is ugly as fuck. Alright. Very nice.
Bright and breezy.
Let's see if Jocam can fix his internet or if we're going to be stuck with a player at 900 ping and he has to run off into... a... Whatchamacallit? Internet cafe again. Yeah, we're just waiting. I wonder if this gives actual real-time status. Okay, there. Jiro. Okay, we have to reconnect. I don't see him. So I don't know his ping. But hopefully it's fine enough. Kill off Spotify again. As you get back into the game. Mr. Jocam's back. One last check in status. LJQ, Ezio, Taro, Amel, Reeves. I mean, everyone looks to have pretty standard ping. So that should be fine. See how it goes. This bot lane is going to be relatively bad for Talon, I would think. Tinola or Sinigang? Sinigang, 100%. But yeah, this bot lane's not going to be too fun for WS. You tend to have to wait for the wolves to really get up in levels, so you're just going to be soaking up. Which means Jokam's just going to have to try to pull as best as he can. And he will get that done. He'll get the pull block off. Which is exactly what you'd want here. So very passive lane on Talon bot. It's down to Boom to try to punish this. You know, you've got the Zeus with Burst. You've got Jackie who can help you out as well. It's not a comfy time for WS having to go melee, of course. Double melee lane into Bristle, always a bad time. So we'll see how much WS can try to work out. Meanwhile, of course, the mid lane. This is a matchup we expect to go good for Mikado, and it's already looking pretty sharp. 7-1. Up against a 5-0 of Mac. A little bit surprised they actually take the Puck into the Monkey King matchup, because we've seen this be a really bad matchup for Puck. Already inching towards the double Wraith Band, or at least a Wraith Band plus Boots timing. Mikado, again, taking control of the lane so far. A good chunk of CS ahead. Managing his creep wave aggro nicely. Taking away a couple of range creeps already. So Mac's in for a rough time with that EXP disadvantage. We'll check back in later, but once brown boots are up, this is going to be even easier. Up top, of course, you got the Enigma spamming out the Eidolons for FBZ. And for Kuku, he's actually not jungling. He doesn't quite have the Serpent Boards yet. Did take the Gale. And for Natsumi, this lane starts to stabilize perhaps by level 3 if you get the additional point in attribute shift. But Kuku can't really do too much. Like, he does have the range, yes. You don't have an aggressor that can come in as they do start to find that punishment bot. Managed to kill off WS. They will trade Zhao, so Joe can get some solo EXP. And that is WS sacrificing. And again, this off lane for Talon is going to be extra passive. The biggest weakness in this draft is really just having to go for the Lycan into the Bristle. Not a fun time whatsoever. And Jackie does expand all of his mana. But he does have some stick charges on hand to at least help out with that, so I have a little bit more to play with soon. Mid lane has also started to stabilize. The denies are still there for Mikado. Not going for the brown boots yet, but Mac has started to inch his way back in. 11-2. Still have the 6 deny advantage on Mikato, but and you're finding your farm here on Mac. You're finding a little bit of a footing out. Mikato, though, is working really damn hard to keep these denies going his way down bot. Just scouting around a little bit. And that death on Zhao is actually not too bad as it allows a full reset. Already has brown boots up himself. So he's going to be happy enough to just spam spells over and over again. And for Talon, this is going to be their issue. Stopping Jackie is not going to be easy. Someone's going to have to go for a break source. WS could. You could argue that Mikato could as well, but it's a long way to go until you reach any of those points with Silver Edge. Top lane for Natsumi's still been pretty awkward. Again, you are getting a greater time for FBZ, but that's somewhat to be expected here. Tims tries to snipe Natsumi, going for the full Agi, but Natsumi is quick enough to get out of that. Cog kicks. Bounce him around twice, so no mana here for Omorph. He doesn't have enough to really fully attribute shift around, but still going to be fine. Playing on Knife's Edge at 450 total HP. And again, Cuckoo can't really help. Cuckoo's already jungling. So you have to be confident enough to have this solo lane for Natsumi coming in, and I suppose with Clockwork, you're not under full duress every single time, although Tims is making a fantastic job of playing with these cogs. But it's going to be a slow time for every lane for Talon outside of that mid. Where Mikado is still somewhat taking control. Again, the denies are really ramping up. That EXP differential is going to make a difference. Courier, not going to die. A good stun out from Mikado. Mac just getting a wave pull back. Mikado is going to be forced to try to last hit under tower now as well. There's some free farm coming out for Mac. A really heads-up play considering how much he's missing out as Natsumi dies. Oh, look, that was eventually going to happen. Again, Cuckoo, what do you expect from this Veno to do? Nothing. He's sitting in the jungle. He's farming up. He's going arcanes into probably a headrest. They're starting to collapse onto Jokam. Or onto Mac, I mean. They miss out the Boundless. Timing's off for Mikato. Mac going to try to snipe a Courier. A stun. One more right click. Tower hit. We'll get it. It's shared between Cuckoo and Jokam, but they do manage to find a punishment onto Mac, but that does waste a lot of time. And again, this top lane is just hellish for Natsumi. Get the gate usage out from Johnnyuel. Morphling now and having to play space making Morph. He did this with a Lifestealer, but I guess when it comes down to this, Morphling can move through the camps pretty quick. So hey, maybe it works, but right now it's you're barely above Johnnyuel in farm. Natsumi is a glorified support at the moment.
Now's not a good time to attack the Dire.
Again, you're riding your game off the back of Mikado, who's the only person who might be able to do something. Grabs the Illurin. WS still level 4. Ways off until those level 6 wolves come in. And it's just going to be slow going. All you have to do on Talon is mitigate the losses, whereas for Boom, you kind of have to get out of the gates running here. You've got to be able to just try to run down, bully out Talon while they're weak. No, try to take advantage of this more passive style from Talon. Like, yeah, for God's sake, this Morphling's really not going to do you much. Your Venomancer is just going to be jungling. And again, like, Mech Venomancer or Arcane Boots Veno isn't really a threat. You're looking at maybe a pipe timing when things get spicy. Pipe Mech. And it's going to take longer for Cooking Jungle to hit that point. WS needs a lot of levels to scale up. Jokam, even if he hits 6, doesn't really have anyone outside of Mikado to play with. So Talon's timings are just pushed way far back. And for Boom, that's exactly what you want. You know, you're going for the Ags, Russian Jackie. You've gotten, again, a little bit of a topsy-turvy lane for Mac, but that's to be expected in the matchup. He will still get his power treads into Witchblade at a decent point. FBZ's had a free lane. Drum's already up, so the threat with the Eidolons are lined up. You at least have WS with his Midas, but that is, you know, just the naked Midas you tend to see from the Lycan. Try to get that EXP flowing here for WS. See Jokam walking to the gate as well. They're trying to invade a little bit. I mean, Tims is constantly keeping track of Natsumi. Does even steal away the creep. And he can't even punish. Like, Jokam's right next to him. How do you really punish that? Like, no one's ready to go.
Radiant's middle tower is
Swimming start for the side of Boom Esports. As Talon, they're trying to get move out with Mikado. Double rate bands up. There's some damage here. They entrap Tims. They want FBZ. Has the threat with the black hole. Tims will fall into the side. Mikado getting held by the Malefice. So it's not going to be able to jump along. Wards will spot the Eidolons. Jokam will keep track. Does get the stun off. Here comes smacking the side. Dream Coil onto 2. Natsumi. In the middle of nowhere. FBZ looking for the TP away. Mikado does not have the stun. So they'll lose Jokam. They found Tim's. Pause 4 for pause 4. Talon, and just lacking the damage and control. Wukong's fly in, and what do you do? Natsumi's not set. WS is not even joining these fights, to be fair. So I guess what you're achieving on Talon is space creation here. As you are giving your Lycan room to breed, but so is Jackie. Bristleback, number 1 in net worth now. Going for that full Ags rush. Mr. Joey XYZ, those are not technically official casts. Right? They're not official. They're community casts from the lobby. There's no actual official PGL sanction thing. They're just giving lobby access to people. As Jokam gets stuck and gets taken away. Again, sentries are ruining the bounty hunter to an extent. Nice freebie for the side of Boom to pick up, but for Talon, I think that's kind of what you want. You can't afford to sacrifice Cuckoo because he's playing jungle Veno. So he's also like a semi-core. So you kind of want to just sacrifice your other support, allow some space out for Natsumi and WS, and kind of pray that these power spikes down the line will be enough, lining up with the aura timing on Cuckoo. Again, map space shrinks quite fast if you're not careful. Widows drums up in FVZ. Level 6 about to be approaching here for Tims. Already have level 6 up on Zhao. So Thunder God's Rat is ready. Scouting potential is there. Natsumi just has to play catch-up. And this is kind of the same circumstance we saw from Natsumi yesterday as Mikado jumps in, wants to get that kill onto FBZ. The black holds out though and there's no stuns. FBZ is dead, but Mikado will fall first. So they'll now try to take down John Yuel. Zeus form out for Natsumi. Doesn't have the mana to nuke, but they've got the damage. Kuku will find one more as the hook shot does connect onto the side. Jokam will fall for his brother in 2 for 2. And that's pretty costly for Talon. You got the offlane gone, sure. Considering how far behind the net worth they are, still a net gain. You have to be careful about feeding into FBZ and to Mac. And I appreciate what Mikado's doing. He's the only core that can play. In fact, he heads back onto mid instantly. Getting controlled up. No black hole to worry about. Wukong's command still ready. Looking for a good boundless. Needs some HP to regen up. Dodging out with a mischief. Only the one on the Jingu left. And Mikado, after TPing in, will be forced to walk back home. Mid tier 1 set to fall. And Boom Esports starting to run away with his game. And in terms of momentum, at the very least, network lead negligible at 1k. But map space is shrinking. Talon. And again, this greedy draft is losing ground early. Cuckoo not quite showing us what he'd want first. We'll go for the typical urn buildup.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You've got level 6 still a ways off from Jokam as... He's been the sacrificial one. Dream Coil out, catches out Mikado. This is the one you want to keep hunting. That's your only hero ready to go. Hookshot does not connect into Mikado. Instead, onto Jokam. We'll find that nice and simple bounty hunter kill. Mikado, though, will get the stun. They want a kill in exchange. Want to find Tims. But Mikado... too eager. 8-5. 2k lead for Boom. And Talon. I mean... There's just nothing to be done. WS is rushing into the Orchid. Has the level 5 wolves. So at the very least, the, what is it called? The hamstring is up. They don't have Hightail yet. Soon enough they would. Mac, amp damage up. Again, Witchblade just lacking one part to have that fully done. At least Natsumi does have a Vlad, so it's a little bit more to play with in the jungle. But we're still a long ways off until you're comfy at all on Talon's end. Jackie's had a free game. He hasn't even had to show up. Ag's up and running now on Jackie. And this is where it gets a little bit scary. And this is the big spike. Jackie can start to join in. Maybe he wants to wait out with Voodoo Mask first. Smoke out from the two supports. Dragging Mac in as well. Talon don't spot this one out. Some deep vision out from Boom as well into the triangle. Track is up for Talon. Issue is, do you really have anything to play with? Like, WS actually bypasses the shapeshift. Just wanting to go for his wolves. Tim, smoke broken. Jocam will be spotted out, and they will see WS as well, but they miss out on the hook shot. Jocam will still fall. Doesn't manage to really get tracks out. Shapeshift now out from WS as he does manage to get the hamstring onto Tim's. Natsumi in the middle. Still surviving through. They managed to find one on Tim's. Can they take Jackie? He's not that durable yet in the bristle, and they'll find a double. Buyback from Jocam to give them some track kills going. And that somehow works out. Natsumi, man. He is really pushing himself to the limit there. That was such an important 14 minutes to find. Like, again, they do manage to get the Wisdom Rune. They did have level 6 up and running on Jocam. He dies first, but he gets a couple tracks out. And a 1.4k gold swing back. Even with the buyback, Jocam still gained 77 gold for his trouble. And a huge injection out for WS, who did a ton of damage as well. Like, getting that value point out in the shapeshift right in the nick of time. Having those wolves, having them be able to hamstring out on the edge of the cogs was massive. And now the nuisances can come in. Look at this. This is a core enigma. Hamstringed up, hightailed, a black hole. Black hole for that. FBZ. That is based. Oh, that is based as all hell. But my lord, these wolves, man, this is a... to be fair, FBZ doesn't have any durability items. He has his Vanguard coming in now. He's going for the Crimson Guard to try to protect his team from these rabid wolves. That same move shouldn't happen again, but good lord, black hole for that. Kuku's going to be laughing about that. He's like, alright, very good, WS. Good job, kid. Mikado dancing away from danger. Mage Slayer is set to fly out.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking
And
so
things
great.
start to kick into gear here for Talon, just a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
9-7, 2k lead still standing here for Boom, but that's mainly on Jackie now. And with how far behind Mikado is. He is still lagging behind, of course, but he is that sacrificial tempo core. The Mage Slayer will provide a lot more in his EHP, and just a little bit more in the damage department. Of course, it gives you a little bit more to play with your innate on the Septic Shock. The Wolves certainly causing the side of Boom Esports to just clump up. Providing some space out for Talon. Smoke out. Boom. Might be able to get this collapse onto, well, Jocam again. I don't think it matters if Jocam dies anymore. Kuku is going to be a bigger call. They find him. They get the hook shot. Kuku will die. But here comes WS. He wants to try to make something happen. Natsumi's going in the middle as well. Very confident with the life steal, but it's not. Maybe? Is it enough? No, it's not. It is next to fall. 2 for 1 as Mikado will not commit. WS just running around. Not able to find the angle in as well. So a little bit trigger happy on Natsumi, but some good punishment out from Boom. No black hole threat. Felt like the timing for Talon. As Jocam, being a little bit cheeky, gets that track on FBZ. That Vanguard is making all the difference in the world here. But man, you have to do a lot, even with the Vanguard. Holy shit. FBZ had to get so much coverage out just to survive. Jocam still keeping track. But I don't think he has the burst. Doesn't quite have the burst to get onto FBZ. Maybe not. Hamstring the one time. Where's the hamstring the second time? Hightail. Track. Shuriken. Shuriken toss. Bounces, not quite enough. But man, they're applying that pressure. Jump out! Mikado finds it with Boundless. Might be losing Jokam for this one.
Dire's bottom tower isn't looking
But getting a track kill on Mikado is certainly honestly worthwhile. Little Mikado forced to try to keep away. Hook shot on point from Tim's. And this hit and run does not pan out the way they'd want to. Still, the Wolves walking forward. We'll just pressure in onto that mid-tier 1. But 13-9, and yet you can still see Boom having to show a lot of respect to WS with his Lycan. WS for his part now working onto the Manta style. You've got Cuckoo, the 1,000 golden bank, has that Spirit Vessel, has a juicy little Killer Stone. Can start to go towards something like the pipe, and I think once you've got the pipe, you've mitigated a lot of early issues here for Talon. They're already doing Roshan as well with WS and his damage, along with Natsumi. Manta style flying out now for our Morphling. So coverage starting to come in here for the Morph. You can start to take those riskier plays without as much of a risk factor. Aegis to go the way of Talon, as Boom are not in the position quick enough. And the secondary life for Natsumi with his fresh Manta is going to feel good. Instant gate usage out. Lines drawn in the triangle. Talon still have to run past the tier 1, so this process can be a little bit slower. TPs are coming in on bot. Mac breaks the smoke of Cuckoo. Thunder God's Rat will spot out Jokam. They are taking the tracks away before it can be a factor. Meanwhile, Tim's does die to the side. Jokam still going to be going, but this fight is breaking off elsewhere. Jokam held back Mac long enough. They kill off Jackie. Zhao will TP away. And Mac with his TP. Getting baited by a bounty hunter. They find big kills on Talon. Jackie doesn't feel that durable yet. Trying to go for that full Bloodstone. It does feel like some armor has to kick in, actually. On to Bristle. As her right-click damage is scaling up here on Talon's end. 14 to 11, 1k lead for Talon coming back in. Still have some catching up to do on Mikado, but again, he's even with the farm. For the most part, on FBZ and Mac, considering this atrocious start. Boom. How confident are they in their scaling? And this is a Seeing Red Bristleback. He does have right-click scale. You're going Sanjin Yasha after. You've got your Tormentor lined up for yourself here. You've got a Zeus who could go refresh Ags, and he does get his free shard up as well. Not the most impactful considering all the nerfs to Lightning Hands. Can still be quite nice for a support to farm up that quick. Meanwhile, you get your shard in Cuckoo. So the Venma's Gale upgrade is much more substantial. There's that Bloodstone we were looking for here.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
On Jackie. Mac going back for the blink into the shard. So a little bit more damage coming out from him. And a hell lot more mobility once that's up. What are we looking for from the rest of Talon? Jokam's going for the Orchid. Starting to get some room to get some control items up. Cuckoo has that full Solar Crest up. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't rush something like the pipe this time around. But so far, so good for Cuckoo. And Talon has managed to ride out that early game weakness that they have. Like Manta style coming in for WS, with a full Orchid up. Phylactery up for Natsumi. Konda not too far off. Talon gonna go for that smoke. See if they find an angle in. Mac probably the hardest tier to go for. And they want something else. Instead, Thunder God's Rat spots out that smoke. Boom will go for their own smoke play now. Mikado might be the front line to break it. Smoke does pop, so there's something in the tree line. Dropping wards on Cuckoo. Cuckoo is going to be hook-shotted first. Going to be the one to drop first. Doesn't manage to get anything off as he is silenced up. But it's Cuckoo for the smoke. He is worth a lot of gold considering that lead. Plus 548 for the rest of the team. And the chunk of the bounty being taken by Mac. Not a bad amount. Natsumi just pushing out the illusions just a little bit. Age is still up for a minute and a half, but not going to be getting anything done with that anytime soon. BKB for Mikado is going to be the big one. It doesn't feel like that's going to take too long here. Okay, I can verify now that the stream is not dropping in terms of rendering or encoding. So I would say check out Twitch, check out Facebook or YouTube, my friend, if Twitch is lagging for you. Erm9. As they get the jump in, they isolate Chow. Hook shot not on point. Tim stuck in the middle of nowhere now. You managed to cut Mikado's tree at the very least. They want these track kills. Getting the bounces off. Tim's going to be alive for now, but the wolves are on him. He's gone. Jackie now. Going to be able to run off. But 2 track kills for Talon. Suddenly a 5k lead early on. And again, they fully bounced back here in Talon. Look at this graph. You were in control for Boom. At most, though, you did have only about a 3k lead. And now that just fully swung Talon's way. BKB ready now on Mikado. All that magical burst you've been playing with on the side of Boom starting to fade down. And Talon's starting to hit their strides. In fact, Natsumi jumping in by his lonesome to play poke onto Jackie. Gonna be fine to walk away.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble. My waters rise.
Talon, 7k lead. We get some interesting potential down the line if WS looks to buy Ags. Mikado Ags is going to be funny. Maybe less so Natsumi. I don't know if he wants to be melee, but could be nice as well. You know? Some great possibilities abound. Keeping track of Mikado up top. Aegis has expired. And Mikado will just take the gate across the map. And just go back to farm. WS. Wonder what he's going for next. A BKB wouldn't be too bad, honestly. Keep track of Mac. Jokam does spot him out. Doesn't get the track off. Doesn't want to reveal. Mac playing cleanup duty down bot. Oh, they spot FDZ. Wolves are out, Orchid's up as well. That Crimson Guard saving a lot of time out from FDZ. Black Hole not coming out yet, and FDZ will die. The man should take one. That's Wukong's first out, though. Jackie trying to regen through with that Bloodstone. The damage! Warden enough from Natsumi. They burst down Mac. The boundless connection with Natsumi as well. And Talon off an opportunity with that instant Black Hole cancel. They played clean. 15 to 16, 12k lead for Talon Esports. And the side of Boom. They're gonna need to find a way to come back into this one. Tier 2 being sieged.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Temporary invulnerability dire side.
No defense out, of course, with the respawn still coming in.
Radiant's
Full
bottom
condo
tower
up
is
for
down.
Natsumi. His burst place skyrocketing. Assault Curious for WS to play with that minus armor he's getting from the additional one from the Howl. Jokam has his own Orchid with a 4-staff. Like, they fully recovered on Talon. Getting the Scotty going here for Mikado to help mitigate some of that healing coming out onto Jackie. Cuckoo for his part going for the side of Vice now. And for the side of Boom, I mean, they need to make this team fight work. That's where their lineup shines. Their lineup shines in these 5v5s. With Black Hole, with Dream Coil, with a Bristleback pumping damage in, but Talon's able to play the pickoff game and force the numbers advantage into those team fights. This is just kind of ridiculous considering how strong that start, or considering how flimsy Talon's early game was in this kind of draft. They get away with it. Starting to scout forward now as well. They are spotted under vision from Tim's. So they know where Jokam's is, but they'll get the D-ward out. Starting to apply that pressure onto Jackie. The Noxious Plague already out. Jackie not the tankiest in the world. The Wolves again poking FBZ down. Dragging that attention away. Roche we'll see in a minute 15. If Talon will be able to try to sneak that away again. Man, this game gets a little bit scary for the side of Boom. We are again in the Bristleback game where you're having to scale further and further on as the sole solution. But that snowball start for Jackie just never felt like it really mattered. Like, yes, he hit Zag's timing. He hit, like, Bloodstone timing as well. It really didn't do much. I don't think Boom were able to utilize their Bristleback start as great as they want to. And now tracked up, Orchided up as well with Conda hits. Bloodstone forced out onto Jackie. Just enough to drag him away. Mikado just a few hundred gold away from the Scotty. Farming in a pretty dangerous spot, but does have his shard. Will boundless out.
Double damage.
Amp damage rune now up for Mikado as well. What are we seeing here from the side of Boom? FBZ has the Crimson Guard. Again, it's for some time now. SNY coming out next for Jackie. A smoke out in the back. What are we getting on Mac? Just the Octarine. Maybe they get this angle out into Cuckoo, but do you really care if Cuckoo dies? Hookshot does connect. Cuckoo will fall, but where is the rest? Talon starting to come in. They get the tracks going. Tim's starting to melt Thunder God Strike. Trying to lock in Natsumi. They do get the black hole. Natsumi doesn't have Aegis, but is getting the Strength Morph off. He's going to be fine. Great Boundless is cut off. They will still lose Natsumi, but the tracks are feeding in. Managing to drop one Dream Coil out. Jackie stuck in the middle of nowhere is healing up a nice amount with all the damage coming in. Wukong still comes out. WS does fall. And Talon now maybe getting a little bit reckless in this prolonged fight. Still Mikado looking for the turnaround. So many debuffs running on him, but Jackie is more than willing. Still has the mana to go. Buyback Natsumi. Knows that he needs to help. Mikado force-staffed away. Boundless is ready. Will not find the life steal. Yes, he does. Sniping out. Mac will snipe as well, but Natsumi wants to come in for some revenge. Does manage to see Mac to silence us out, and they will find a kill. That is a buyback on Natsumi, but that is a gem pickup for Natsumi as well from Zhao. A topsy-turvy fight. Favorable for Boom with a buyback on Natsumi, but Roshan is up. Talon knows their timing. They've got coverage for the buyback. They managed to get that punishment on Jackie, who again shines in prolonged fight. You have to watch yourself. That was very much a one-by-one streaming in from Talon. I don't know if they're fully ready to back Cuckoo up there. Now Roshan being taken, though. We'll cover the buyback of Natsumi. Aegis and Roche Banner on hand. We'll take it. Buyback coverage for Natsumi set up. Banner for the high ground if they so wish. And the side of Talon still maintain that 15k lead. What are we looking at next? Mikado already has that full Scotty, so as long as he's able to get a hit off onto Jackie, and that healing is not going to feel great. WS for his part still working onto the AC. Did go for Satanic first. He's able to take this Tormentor for free. Get the free shard out for Natsumi. It's useful. And he'll always have the attribute shift now, even while he's stunned up. Ags up for John Uel. So the Nimbus being on hand is going to be nice. A little bit more vision, a little bit more micro control coming out. A mini stun to play with. Hurricane Pike for Natsumi all set, flying out now. So it's time to just consider maybe getting rid of the Vlads. Maybe a Satanic coming in. Silver Edge is also fine if they feel the need for it. Cuckoo's Pipe is fully up and running. So magic damage mitigation on hand now as well. Very useful here. Side of Boom clumping up together still. A rather interesting pickup from Jackie. Looking for a Revenant's Brooch. Nice to die in the haste. Don't want to have to deal with a hyper speedy Bristleback here. And a smoke out Talon. Well, they find that angle in. They had vision up here. The Wolves were spotted out. Tims is going to be the easy bait. And he is just going to get blown up. Go Scepter or not. Don't really commit too much for that one. They're not going to overcommit either on Talon's end. They'll take the outpost.
Top tower is under attack.
Or pressure onto that tier 2. And we'll find it. 19 to 21. Talon. 18k lead now. We've got the banner ready for the high ground, passing it on to the Godfather himself. Now, I don't know if you have enough with a pipe up and running. With a Mage Slayer on hand as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
Get started on mid, slowly shoving top with Natsumi as well. Split focus out from Talon. In fact, Mac being tracked up. Dream Coil is there to cut him off. Mac still getting stunned up. Dream Coil stun does come in. The Yules is there to try to bail. He will be able to bail out. TP away for Mac. They will get out of dodge. Do stop the creep cuts at the very least. But that's the kind of gameplay you need now here on the side of Boom, as they do get the hook shot forward. They find Natsumi. He does have Aegis. He is surviving for now. Again, you have the outpost to protect, and they will manage to actually bail Natsumi out. Aegis not pop. He'll live for another day here on our Morphling. A little bit dicey, but hey, if it works, it works. Full Octarine up for Mac, though. And this hard to pick up puck is going to be even harder to hold back.
Bountiful.
Smoke out from the side of Boom Esports.
Coming in.
Jokam, can he break that smoke? No, not quite. A chance for a bigger kill on Mikado.
And it's off.
Mikado should know something's up. Will manage to jump away, but the tree cut with a Midnight Pulse. Mikado's going to be dropping. That's Black Hole drop as well, and they'll be able to get their gem back. Massive win for the side of Boom, but they leave the gem. Okay, Mac will pick it up. Mikado just maybe overstaying his welcome a tad bit. Definitely so. Jumping the wrong way as well. And that does keep Boom in the game. Talon having to wait out the Monkey King to respawn. Aegis will just expire as well. Working onto the BKB for Natsumi, but they know there's no black hole threat for 2 minutes. They've got about a minute window when Mikado respawns. With the gem on Mac, this game becomes a lot easier. Keeping track of those wolves, keeping track of that bounty hunter. Not going to be the best of times here for Talon. But for Talon's part, they've got the nullifier up. They've got everything kind of set up. I smell a lot of flowers. Just a random thought. I think my dad's home. Flowers for the mom. Blink up for Natsumi, allowing him to get some aggressive angles in. Side of Talon. Again, they kind of flip up a little bit. They still maintain that lead, providing some openings out to the side of Boom. And Boom's ace in the hole really is that black hole with the Dream Coil. That has got to be where Boom kind of starts to find their wins. Mikado just walking around as a treat, going for a butterfly. You've got the full Revenant's Brooch up for Jackie. So he's trying to go through the physical armor. Just deal some magic damage out. BKB forced on from FBZ, and he's just gone. No black hole anyhow. But Natsumi's on a tear, looking for more, but Jackie will cut him off. We'll find Tim's in the end. WS looking for the chase out. They're not able to deal with Jackie just yet. Jackie trying to play with a wolf. And oh my lord, the drive-by from Natsumi. No buybacks on the side of Boom. Fortified to stall.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I did not expect Jackie to just die like that. And I gotta question it. Man, what's this Revenant's Brooch for? Like, I get it. There's high base armor in Natsumi. You need to right-click now. You can't rely on Enting, as they call the GG. And Talon, after a phenomenally bad start, we managed to get a phenomenally good ending for themselves here. A happy ending. as they will take game 1 in this best of 5. On the side of Boom Esports, they had an opportunity. There was a very weak early game coming out there from Talon. And we saw it. Again, we can take a look at that graph real quick. It's shrunk down a lot, but first 10, almost 20 minutes, we're on Boom. Talon hold out until around the 25-minute mark, and bam! Managed to get that recovery going. And to get back in the game. Like, just look at 10 minutes. Only Mikado really had a game. Look at how far behind Natsumi was. Bottom network core. Even at 15 minutes, all 2 cores on Talon were behind. Only WS getting space. And then at 20 minutes, Natsumi starts to join in. They have some initial items to play with, and it just goes crazy. Like, well, big props to Boom. We haven't seen any team give Talon like a really, really terrible time in laning phase. Boom did bring that out. Talon looked atrocious in lane. They didn't... It looked like they were, you know, playing a really bad draft. And to be fair, their draft was really awful early game. But after that point, start to kick into gear. And it does come online. We'll see what Boom can do to rally into game 2. But this Bristleback, man, they played against it last series. You know, Boom Esports played against it last series. They understood what they had to do against it. Talon, even without, say, the natural counters in Doom in PA, still managed to get the grasp around that Bristleback. And they still make this last pick Lycan work. Like, they opted to ban Dawnbreaker, they opted to ban Night Stalker instead, and the Lycan was left. And that was just crazy. That was around... How long did this game last? That was a 37-minute game. Again, a very exciting game 1. And we'll take a short break. Oh, take a short break. Should be around 15 minutes until that next game is up. Considering if they start instantly. Yeah, they're not quite in the game yet. Ah, they are. Alright, should be 15 minutes. We'll be back after a little bit of a short break. We'll be able to watch game 2. Big props, Cuckoo. Winning again on that Cuckoo Mancer. 2-0 so far from the games we've watched here in the qualifiers, so we'll see if they keep that up.
seconds, boss.
Alright, ladies and gents. Looks like they jumped into the next game ASAP because we've got the lobby up on a 15-minute Dota TV delay. Game 2, Talon up against Boom.
Radiant's turn to ban. Radiant's ban.
Excuse me, and Boom Esports actually bans out the pesky bounty hunter that allowed Talon to really snowball back into that game
Dire's ban.
with all of the track kills. Nyx Assassin and Doom being banned out by the side of Talon. I will change headphones. It really cracked now. Look at it, it's cracked. Look at that quality, Bayer dynamics, huh? Gotta send an email out.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ban out the Terrorblade on the side of Boom Esports. Will they ban
10
out something like the Dawnbreaker? Lena has been left in the pool. Bristleback has been quite popular in the past
5
two
seconds
series. So those could be options. This is hurting my head a lot.
Radiant's turn to ban.
A lot. This is actually awful. Ow.
10 seconds remaining. Dire's turn to ban.
Ah. Can this be taped back?
10 seconds left.
I think it can be. Maybe I
5
get a
seconds
3D printed
remaining.
part. And just break off this old one. They ban out the Beastmaster and the Morphling on Talon, so they don't want to have to deal with the Jackie Morphling here. Of course, options like DK Lifestealer there, Medusa for Jackie has been a specialty. This really sucks. Oh yeah, this really sucks. I'm gonna email after and just complain.
Dire's choice. Radiant's choice.
Lena.
They go with the Lena opener on the side of Boom as that was left alone. So now Mac gets to have some fun on mid. We've seen him pop off in this Lena quite a fair bit. So you can't fault the side of Boom for going back for this one. It is something Talon loves.
10 seconds.
Talon should also know what gives the Lena a hard time. They'll go with a Clockwork pickup. Take off these headphones for a bit. It actually does hurt.
Ten seconds remaining.
They super glued everything back.
5
Maybe
seconds
it
remaining.
works. But yeah, I mean, they get the Clockwork support once again for the side
Dire's
of
turn to
Talon.
ban.
So they've got a very steady support on hand for themselves. And this is a really good Cuckoo hero as well, mind you. And this is something Cuckoo has
5 seconds. Boss.
shown in his return when he was still technically a stand-in for Talon. To be a very good hero of his. I'm curious to see what Boom will ban out next. I'm surprised they still ban out Venomancer because this is, again, likely a Cuckoo Clockwork. I don't think we'll see Jokam on it. Showing a lot of respect for what Cuckoo did in the last game as well.
Radiant's ban.
And they ban out the WS Lycan. So some targeted stuff there. Abaddon's left in the pool. Abaddon's left in the pool. That could be what WS goes for. We'll have to see. Talon still with a ban. I would say maybe the Dusa ban is
10
probably the most
seconds
sensible
left.
here. Surprised to see
5
Monkey
seconds
King
remaining.
sliding through as well. I think the Monkey King Lena matchup still favors Lena, but is somewhat playable for Monkey King. So,
Radiant's pick.
yeah, I'm
Dire's
surprised.
choice.
Alchemist is the one to be banned out. Abaddon, as we just said, was left in the pool, is picked up by Talon. So there's our WS hero on the offlane. Do you go Lifestealer on the side of Boom? Do you consider something like
10
Slark?
seconds remaining.
Lifestealer Slark? Dusa, again, an option for
5
Boom if they
seconds,
want that.
boss.
Probably looking for the support duo. Lion doesn't look too bad. I don't know about Lich. It's kind of faded away. But Lion's still there. Shadow Demon's there, which gives you a banish for when borrowed time is up. We'll go with a Zeus instead. So get some forward scouting to try to match with Clockwork. We saw them go double down on Vision last time. And they'll get the cat. They'll get the Tusk in as well. Looks like we were raided. We've got the NA crowd coming in. NA crowd's coming in. Hello, NA Despair crowd.
Templar Assassin.
No raid yet, so I don't know where you guys are coming in from, but good evening, friends. Ouch, yeah, this hurts. Okay, guys. PSA, don't buy Bear Dynamics. See this? This is a
10 seconds left.
this is a cracked hinge.
5
yeah.
seconds remaining.
Quite short. Yeah, see that? A cracked hinge from
Dire's
Bear
turn to
Dynamics. Don't buy Bear Dynamics. Oh, there we are. Neff Sensei raid. Neff! Thanks for coming in. This is This is the DT700 Pro X, man. It's past warranty time too, because it's like
10 seconds
I bought
left.
it in 2022 in Singapore TI when I upgraded my setup,
5 seconds.
and it's just
lost.
cracked as hell. Ricky and Neff, thanks for raiding,
Radiant
buddies.
cleared the ban.
These nuts 700 Pro, heck yeah. Yeah, but I'd have to replace the entire, the entire headbands. I'd have to transfer the drivers, dude. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of effort. And it's like $100 or some
10
shit like that
seconds
in the
remaining.
local store here. It's insane.
Radiant's ban.
I'm just gonna email Bear Dynamics and say, this is the quality you guys promised. Look, I haven't even casted since Rally Qualifiers, man. We haven't made money. Electronics are. We'll get that done. We'll get it done. We do have the rest of the draft coming in while we're
10
reapping away.
seconds
Phoenix and TA coming out for Talon. Boom Esports do get the FBZ Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
So you end up with the Darkseer Zeus lane, which is
Dire
pretty
left.
fine. I think that combination is pretty stable overall. Thank you, Ricky. Have a good one. Neff, you know, if you would like to join in, the casting couch is open. If you'd like to suffer some more. But the TA is a pretty good answer here for Natsumi
10
potentially
seconds
coming out.
left.
I honestly don't mind if that's a TA for Makato. It's one of his favorite
5
heroes, but
seconds
you're
left.
likely not going that route. See the Dusa and the PA being banned. And the Invoker being banned out by the side of Boom. Just throw it away. I have some Bear Dynamics Custom 1 Pros that I can replace. And the parts to fix the broken hinge and that one's cheaper. So I might just pull it out, clean it up, and maybe just use that. Like, this is... Where's the head? I'll do that before Dream League. I'll switch from my older headphones. This is sad. It's Friday
Dire
too, so I'm
shores.
not gonna get a response
Radiant's
out.
pick.
You get the Naga Siren to close out, so carry Naga coming in here for good old Jack boys. That is a classic Jackie hero. A lot of illusions coming out. Not the best clear out from Talon. Unless you run Phoenix
10
Core.
seconds remaining.
You run Phoenix Core, you run Abaddon Clockwork support,
5 seconds remaining.
and you last pick your mid. Honestly, I'm not against that. I'm not against that. I think Phoenix offlane for WS here looks amazing. I think it looks bloody fantastic. Maybe that's the way you go. You do have Monkey King open on mid. Again, maybe not the best lane against Lina. There is that. So you do have this option for Monkey King, but I don't think it's the best. Puck is there, but Puck doesn't really win that matchup either. Maybe just hold even. Is Naga Core still viable? Somewhat. I know Jackie likes it. I know he's won a couple of matches with it. That hurts, man. Yeah, this is gone. This is really gone. I'm gonna get my IEMs. Alright, got a video to email. Put in AirPods. These are gone. These are fucking gone. When you close out with Talon, really taking their time about thinking what they'd want from Mikado here. What would they want? As they close out with a Sven. Oh, it is a Mikado TA. It is a Mikado TA and a Natsumi Sven. I like that solution. It's some AoE clear. It'll stay with the Cuckoo Phoenix. Is this... Will this reach? My idea. We'll see. But the Sven makes sense. And I like heavy plate, actually, for core. I don't think it's that awful. Alright, I have to switch cable. Oh, I have to take this out. Okay. Slide this away. This is just dead. Hello, Mahler. Hello, Totoy-kun. And, I don't mind this. I think this is perfectly fine. I have a spare headset I can pull out. I'll see. The driver thing is annoying. But yeah, I think this fan makes sense into what you have here from Boom Esports. Jackie's staying to Riptide on the Naga Siren. So that's interesting. Is that the one? No, that's Deluge I'm thinking of. Never mind. So just good old Riptide here. I think there's some good things that can happen with like a Radiance timing here from the side of Talon. Whether or not WS or Jackie's the one to go for it. It depends. Mahler 1997, we've been casting Southeast Asia. We're doing all the Southeast Asian games. This is the finals for... This is the finals for the Southeast Asian Qualifiers on PGL Wallachia Season 4. The Core Phoenix was good, but I think there is a lot of great things with the Core Abaddon as well. So I'm just keen on seeing what the itemization will be like from WS. Is it going to be good old Echo Saber? Are we going to get something else here? I would love a Radiance Rush. If you get in and hang on to get my items out.
Get ready. T-minus 30 seconds.
Let's see if I don't blow my ears out with how loud the mixer is. Actually, it's not bad. Okay. Okay, let's kill at Spotify. So you head into the game. Man, it feels weird wearing IEM's casting. Here we are. Mixer, there you go. And into the game we go. Smoke out from Talon didn't amount to much. Smoke out from Boom as well, not looking like it's going to be netting
Watch your
anything.
flanks.
Not much. A 1-for-1 or a 2-for-2 on the bounties. Actually, a little bit extra
Go.
for Boom as they went out to trade down bot. 3-for-1 start. Feeling good for the side of Boom Esports. As we'll see these lanes start to break out. Hanging around with the tri-lane just a bit here, but they do TP out on the Zeus. Which I will head away. And you've got this Sven Phoenix lane coming out for Natsumi and Kuku. Up against the Darkseer Tusk, which is a very standard lane. Really hits its stride by level 3. Just curious how much you can really get done here. And so far, Kuku landing some good shots with Fire Spirits. Doesn't manage to find the courier, sadly enough. So no additional gold coming in. But this lane's pretty standard. Again, level 3 is when you expect more stuff. You're going to be pulling away here on Tim's. Can't really punish on Kuku. Tim will just be able to get away with it every single time. Have to see elsewhere. Mid lane, it's a little bit tougher for Mikado. He did go for Psyblades level 1. And he did go Refractor though. So, nothing like the Void Spill, the Void Blades with the Psyblades passing on those debuffs. Mikado's doing a great job of actually poking back here. LSA does not connect, and Mac is actually getting bullied out pretty well. 6-3 on that TA. 3-2 on the Lina. And Mikado. I mean, he's landing these shots, man. Which is scary. LSA does connect again.
Denied.
But Mikado is fine. Great denies on the board as well. And this is a little bit scary. Especially since the camps aren't blocked. Mikado has this flash farm that can get under his way. If the triangle's not blocked out, they have that to kind of play with it as well. Norman 4000 is a little bit sick. It's a little bit sick. Let's take a look at top. We've got WS on that Abaddon, up with Jokam on the clock. A double melee lane into a Naga Zeus isn't the comfiest. WS is kind of holding his own for the most part. They don't have the best ways of dealing with the illusions, though. But I suppose, to an extent, the Aphotic Shield with Mephitic Shroud is kind of fine in damaging out all these illusions. So that is kind of illusion control. And you are farming well here on WS. I mean, that's not free farm for Jackie. It's not free farm for WS. But you're actually staying in this lane. You're forcing Zhao already to eat up some of those salves. Blood Grenade will take care of that. So you'll have to rely on the Mango now. WS just going in onto Jackie. Level 1 Aphotic Shield isn't the best, though. But it's not like he's going to be fully set for it every single time. Mid lane, again, is going swimmingly well for Mikado. Landing these Sideblade hits onto Mac every single time he comes in. And Mac is actually forced to go for a Clarity just to kind of sustain this lane. And again, this is a little bit of a stranger build where he has to go for the LSA instead of the Dragon Slave. Just not really able to get that grip you'd want in Lina. This also slowed down your farm game, having to go for that. And Mikado, nice dodge on the LSA. Sideblade out with a meld. Not going to be able to clean up, but that pressure is consistent here from the TA. Mikado just ruining mid lane. Like 21 to 10 up against 9 to 3 is not what you'd expect there. So that's kind of wild. Bot lane's been pretty stable as well for Natsumi. All the lanes going actually pretty damn well. Like FBZ's not getting as much in the darks here, which is to be expected. He does have a level 2 Iron Shell up. So they have that, but it's double melee into Phoenix for Boom, which also makes it awkward to try to come in. As long as Cuckoo has Fire Spirits to threaten, getting the chase down maybe is not the safest unless you start to really poke Natsumi out. Natsumi's happy enough to just play this farm game out as well. And yeah, you're chilling out here. FBZ does have the mangoes to help sustain with the Iron Shell spam. Trying to clear out some camps, not quite finding the last hits. In fact, Cuckoo finds it. Cuckoo's finding them. So FBZ is really missing out in farm without commitment. Tim's at least trying to farm a small camp, has level 2 and a skill point up. We'll try to go and punch Mikado, he just goes invis.
They'll never find your grave.
And he's still juking around. John Newell's coming in though, and they should be able to kill off Mikado as first blood. LSA misses again. Mikado turns around with a shield. He's getting healed up. The cogs are there to buy some time. Mikado is still alive as Joachim gets to swing in. And he's going to be able to walk out. Mikado trying to find an angle away. Won't be able to do so. His ward is pinged out. That's a lot of emphasis on the mid. Considering, again, Mac has not had a game. Mikado juking, driving. Like, none of these LSAs are connecting, man. That is a problem.
And now you've got my attention.
Now WS does actually kill off the Naga Siren. Level 5 now on Abaddon. He has that full Orb of Corrosion. The chase down is very easy to achieve. And man, that is some sick revenge here from WS.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fire Spirit's coming in. A bit of emphasis for the 6-minute runes. Regen rune from Mikado is secured up here. I like this call from Talon. Just keep this Lina completely shut down. Mac is not having a great performance so far. 2-1-2 in terms of skill build as well. So a hybrid build, which means you're not going to be able to just nuke down as fast with just the Dragon Slave. You're getting a lot of free space out for Natsumi. Like, this Sven is under no contest. Like, the level 2 Iron Shell time you were looking for hasn't really done much. Tim's is also just not able to do too much here. And you'd expect a little bit more from FBC trying to farm in, but not quite there. At the very least, Jackie is farming, as you'd expect Naga Siren to do. So there is that. Wisdom Rune Control is there, and they've got the stacks built up at the very least on the right side. Ancients here. For the side of Boom. We'll be able to just get that farm going there. On mid, Mikado. Shoving in on a tier 1. It's going to be able to walk away just a little bit, but he is just getting a lot of solar room. Still has the region rune on hand. Stacks again being cleared out here by Tims and FBZ. Tims just soaking up the EXP.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Good gold injection coming in for FBZ. That's a recovery there for your Darkseer. Man, Max really had not a game. Really had no game. 2k gold, a full 1.6k behind at 7.5 minutes in. Does not bode well.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so great.
WS just giving all the free space in the world to push in top. Surprisingly enough.
Dire's lost their top tower.
As they just give up and let Jackie go into the jungle. No one to contest the Abaddon. Not that you have the best options to contest him, I guess, with borrowed time being up. Chompix, hello! Thanks for dropping by as well, buddy. Thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing good. Hopefully NA and SA were great as well. As, I'm telling, complete opposite of game 1 in terms of laning. Are swimming here as they start to move in. LSA does connect along with the Laguna, but no follow through. That is enough to zone Mikado out. Cogs do come in. Snowball out onto Kuku, and he'll be taken out. Mikado, though, with the amp damage, really wants to find this kill. Keeping that chase onto Mac. Not going to be able to find an angle in, but might be able to find more. Tims, the shard, falls flat just a tad bit. Mikado will be safe. So they do manage to find a good kill onto Kuku, but do you really care right now in Talon? Again, Natsumi's free farming. WS is uncontested. Like this Abaddon left to free farm. It's scary, man. WS could go Echo Saber. He could, again, opt for a Radiance Rush, which I would prefer in Medusa Darkseer match. No easy answers for the Radiance, especially for Naga. Bizkits Kael, hello. Isang chat wheel nga dyan. Yun! Galaw, galaw, galaw! Giling, giling, giling! There you go. I'm a little bit sick. I don't know if it sounds the same. It sounds so weird. Hearing my voice with my IEMs in, it's terrible. Natsumi snowballed up. They're going to try to make a play here, but here comes Jokam, forcing the turner out. The God turned out. Oh, a little bit of an awkward knockout with the Cogs. With the shards up. Tims will be able to live for another day. Natsumi's not going to find anything for popping that God Strength. But he'll get back to farming. He doesn't really care. Attempt foil down bot. And just go back to building up. Same thing for Mikado mid. Building into that blink. You just really need Kuku to hit level 6 now. WS is just going back for the Echo Saber. So nothing too fancy here. Not thinking too hard about this. No Radiance buildup. Which I guess is fine. Mikado, again. Has been a torn in their side here for Boom. They're still keeping track of Natsumi down bot.
The Radiant have bought their building.
Snowball out. Natsumi just gets a war cry off, gets punched, and there's really no damage there. And Natsumi just pops to MOM, going into double Iron Shell though. Natsumi, what the hell was that?
Temporary invulnerability.
Maybe expecting the rotations in faster. But they do get good punish on the side of Boom. When Natsumi kill took a while, but hey, when he walks into double Iron Shell like that, yeah, you take it, you know? It's a little bit extra. So far, so good. Again, even without that Natsumi, he's still ahead of Jackie, who's had tons of jungle space. Working onto the Manta for Jackie into the Orchid. Classic build-up on August Iron. You have some of the aura kicking in for FBZ. He is top net worth for his team from those stacks a while ago. Mechanism up now for FBZ, so some burst healing on hand. Mikado is keeping mid lane tied into him. LSA will connect. They do still have refraction up. Punch is getting ready from Mikado. The slower punch does buy some time, but not enough. Still, Natsumi comes in for the cleanup. We'll find Mac and we'll find Tims to boot. Not able to get the trade in Jokam. Johnny will fall next. A double kill up for WS. So you find Mikado, but Natsumi and WS get something going for themselves, and they'll find a mid-tier 1. If you're Talon, you're still pretty damn happy about that. There is a lot of space given out to Jackie and FBZ. But I don't know if you're concerned about this Naga when you have a Sven. Excuse me.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Oh, excuse me. All right. Echo Saber for Natsumi coming out next. And again, WS has his flying in now. 3k lead for Talon still holding up. Mikado has that blink going into the Dragonlance for the Deso. So wants a little bit more of those stats and reach. Boom.
Money to burn.
Bumping around bot. Taking notice jungle with Jackie. Looking for that tier 1 push, which they should be able to find. A little bit of lag there. Not sure what that is about.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
Siege is going. Tower's gonna fall, but hey, Talon's got a lot there.
The hidden ones have been lost.
Radiant's lost their bottom tower.
Fernando Aguirre. Game just started and this guy's already lost. What do you mean by that, buddy? Fernando, I don't think you watch a lot of Dota. Am I lost? Or is someone lost? Is one of the players lost? Who are we talking about? Smoke out from Talon. Already taking aggressive posturing out, and I do like these wards. Just the regular cliff ward. Very aggressive early on between those tier 2s and mid and top. And Jackie does make his presence known, but is not going to be overstaying his welcome here. And they'll just keep a slow, steady shove. 4-3 still. Again, maintaining a very nice lead early on here on Talon. That's really down to how poor Mac is. Like, that is literally it. Mac is actually just really poor. On the Lina. Because he had a rough lane against his TA. So... yeah, that's basically it. It's nothing else, really. I realize WS is using the Sombrero Abaddon. Not the biggest fan of that one. But sure. Kind of looks funny. 2k lead dropping down now for Talon from 3k. Doesn't really matter too much for the side of Boom. Again, we're still waiting for that Orchid up on Jackie. We've got Tim's just working onto his Blink. We've got Shivas right after here for FBZ. And Mac is actually just rushing his Shard over Ags. Tells you the state of the game when that Lina has to go Shard first. Not exactly what you want to see there. Yeah, Mac got really bullied out in mid. Mikado, I mean, again, when you ask Mikado what his favorite hero is, it's his TA. That's what he thinks his best hero is. The hook shot lined up nicely. Tim's held back. Cogs are up. Great ball, though. But is that going to be really enough at this point in the game? It doesn't feel like it's a healing coming out from more than enough. And the egg drop in the middle. This is an awkward spot to fight, and they'll try to focus the egg with a song. Instead, they don't make that decision fast enough. At least the egg pop won't affect them too badly. It is a 1-0. And Talon will just be able to take this bot tier 1. Max Shard Courier dies? What, Mac? Buddy, come on. That's no bueno, Mac. That is rough. That is very rough to do. I mean, you're looking for small increments to come in, every bit of damage you can. And you just miss out on it. A really good song from Jackie, at least, but that's also time where he's not farming into this Orchid, so you're making some sacrifices for that. Full Harpoon up for WS. Hiru GG, hopefully. Not sure yet. Let's see. Fernando Aguirre, that's good. And yeah, it does look like Talon is at the moment the Kings of Southeast Asia, which I don't think it's in a good way. I really don't think it's in a good way. Like before, when like Fnatic was always on top, it's like everyone was so close. You know, in that era of the DPC, when when T1 was there, it felt relatively close as well. And now it feels like there's a gap. And I don't like that.
Illusion.
I mean, it's good for Talon, but it's not really what I want to see for the region. I want the region to be hyper-competitive. I want them to say, like, oh, Talon didn't come in. Oh, who's this team coming in? And they're, like, super strong as well. I want that to be the case. We'll see. Maybe Boom can still rally. You know, 4K now at 17, at 18 minutes in. It's still big. It's not the end of the world kind of big. They've held off long enough. This Orca timing from Jackie will be met. You know, eventually Mac will get the farm to get his Ags up. He's one part in. That's progress. Smoke out from Talon, though. They ignore that haste room to give it to Mikado. Natsumi jumps in. FBZ. Setting duck. Hook shot's good. And they will get that kill. They even drop the egg from Kuku just to make sure. Don't want to have to deal with Vac Wall and the auras here. Fortify forced out as well. Now WS can start to dig in onto that tasty tower. Meanwhile, Jackie just trying to split push bot as a Naga would. Still not finished up with the Orchid yet. BKB for Natsumi next. You've got the Pavisa for Kuku, probably a Solar Crest on top. Going for the Manta now on WS, which is a very neat choice, of course. Spamming away with the Curse of Avernus, plus the Withering Mist is going to be quite nice for those illusions. Mikado now just one part away from full Deso, and that's going to open up Roshan here for the side of Talon. Not quite there yet. Appreciate the Adam Jensen announcer. It's so good. I always forget to turn it off when I cast because, I'd have Immortal Gardens on if no one kept complaining about, oh, changing map back to default. Oh, you know, I'd have Immortal Gardens on every single time. But now I just don't even play with the fucking cosmetics I bought. It's work. It's such a shame. I do keep the Sakura Spring Weather because it is pretty. There is that. As the lead grows to 6K, a very calm game, 6-3. You know, no one taking too big chances here. But the scaling is where it gets interesting, because you do have Alina on Boom's end. You've got Naga. You've got a Darkseer who also scales as enemy hero scale. But I don't think Talon tapers off. The TA does hit a harder cap than most heroes, sure. It becomes a little bit harder to play that. But the Sven scales up incredibly well. The Abaddon scales incredibly well, considering all the different itemizations you can go for. Like, if the game lasts long enough, you can get free Roche, free Aegis, or not free Aegis, free Ags Blessing from Roche. Free Ags onto Abaddon. Feels amazing. Feels very oppressive to play up against. Thought there was an attempt for Roshan, not quite. They'll just go for the Tormentor here on the side of Boom. So the deeper shards coming out for Tim, so a little bit more damage is nice. And a side of Talon. Under just cool, calm, collected, building up this lead, 7K up now. Mikado does have that full Desolator, going for the Hurricane Pike next. You've got the BKB up in Natsumi. That's a big one to allow him to just play his game. FBZ, and he's got his Shivas up. Going for that Shard, going for the Blink and the Harrelbird. Not going to be quick enough for this, as the Roshan does not take too long here for the side of Talon. Smoke out though, Boom. Going to make their way in, but that might have been under a trap as Talon instantly smoked. They're looking to take this fight. They've got Egg ready. It's down to the angles here. How do you find your opening on the side of Boom? Tim's looking at the side, does get punched up by Natsumi. Hook shot on the side, traps tree! Oh my god, Chokam finds the opening. It's a song forced out from Jackie to just escape. And he will make it out, but the egg is still set to go. Talon are not satisfied with just one. They jump onto FBZ. The stun's there. Elsate to stall for time. But FBZ doesn't even manage to get anything done. The egg's dropped in the middle. They need to split their focus. They're trying. First down the egg. Kuku will fall. But Mac's going to pay for that one with his life, and he will. They do manage to clean up two on the side. Mikado does drop low. WS cleans up Tim's on the edge of it, as he will be able to fight Chow, and Natsumi does get to stick alive. 4 for 2. This Talon Get the angles in, Jokam. With a big hookshot cogs. Almost ruins that for the side of Boom. But the song from Jackie just saves the day. That does stop the Roche. You did find Mikado. Overall, like 2.2 for 1.1k gold. You're kind of happy on Boom, but not happy enough. WS is getting an influx of gold. Now he's got the Manta style coming in. Roshan can still fall. Without Mikado, it's a little bit slower, but hey. Still not the worst. Manta style is up. And Roshan will eventually go Natsumi's way. Or Mikado, depending on who wants Aegis here. Probably Mikado best bet, as he's the only, well, he's the non-transformation core here. And he will pick it up. MKB next for Mikado, as what's causing him to miss even? Nothing really, but I guess just more damage and attack speed and preempting a Butterfly, which Jackie is farming into.
Loaded to the gills.
Going through the gate, good old Mikado. And Boom, again, a shot in the arm. They do make that fight work a little bit, but all they kind of need to do is try to find a way to isolate Jackie here. You have the Vanguard coming into the Crimson Guard here for FZ, so a little bit more protection to pour out.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great. Dire's top tower is in trouble. Now's not a good time to attack the Dire. Dire's top tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's
Top tier 2 will just fall. We'll trade a mid tier 1 for that. Not even, it's just enough time to TP in and defend for Mikado. On the side, they do manage to catch out. Johnny Well already gone, looking for Jackie next. The song doesn't save him. Natsumi with his BKB manages to get the catch, and now they're looking for Tim's a little bit extra. Didn't manage to get the connections, but they will get the hook shot out. Mikado just a little bit too close to the snowball itself. We'll still be able to get the hits in. Man, the internal cooldown of Gossamer Cape is a little bit ridiculous every 4 seconds. But they make that kill work. And they finally killed Jackie, Natsumi. Well, actually, a deny for Tim's on the neutrals. But high ground opens up. Aegis is still there. Damage is up with Natsumi. No defensive options without Song. Vac Wall is there. That's all you'll have. As Natsumi is already dug in.
Dire's middle barracks are going down.
Back off. Talon. Finding everything they could possibly want here. And boom. It's just not coming online. Like, Mac is still bottom network core. He has his Ags. He's going to get the E-Blade up with the Aether Lens soon. And once that's up, maybe things can start to look up a little bit more. Doesn't feel like it. Cuckoo even diving to kill off that courier of Jackie. Doesn't have anything important at the least. But would have been the thing to deliver his Butterfly out. So no Butterfly. Unless he manages to walk out here somehow. Tier 2 tower to fall. All outer towers gone. Full Daedalus up for Natsumi. The damage on this man is getting insane now. And Mikado still has a minute 40 left on Aegis. They're trying to burst down WS, but they can't. Borrowed time still up. He's getting Sunray heal out as well. He gets that full reset. They will back off. Talon, do you really fully back out? Aegis still has some time. Mikado just waiting for his own Daedalus, as we are getting some packet loss. Interesting. And they calm down a little bit on Talon. I love this from WS. Conda coming in. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. With a 350 missed coil AoE later on, that's going to be crazy. And with the Shard, oh, Lordy. This Abaddon is going to be insane. Solo push up top for Mikado. Playing pretty cocky with the Aegis. Very cocky with the Aegis. Dies with the Aegis. Hookshot though. Does manage to trap up Mac. Don't manage to get the egg off before that song. But that is song taken away. Jokam, only target left behind. Not going to be able to find him. And Mikado gets some decent use out of the Aegis. It only had maybe about 20 seconds left on his death. Onto the mid-racks they go. Going to be able to clean that up nice and quick. No song. They're not going to push their luck here. Talon, play it safe. Smoke out. FBZ, if you can find an angle out, they manage to get the punch onto Mikado. No secondary life here. No BKB to protect either. Just a Hurricane Pike to reposition. Mikado's fine for now.
Boom, there it goes.
And the side of Boom.
That's exact.
Again. Falling short so far. This core Naga Siren. Somewhat online with a butterfly up. Catch out Cuckoo. The net will trap him closer to his tier 2. Orchid up as well. Spirit Vessel out. They do manage to burst Cuckoo down. That's a lot of gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Considering that the lead Talon has maintained. 848 gold coming in and gold injection out for Mac. Who does have the Aether Lens coming in relatively soon. And again, that build up into that full Ghost Scepter. Into that full E-Blade. Not too far, just a recipe. Afterwards.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
So some things starting to line up, Talon. We'll see. Roche timer left though. 2 minutes until we see what time Roche will be. Mikado does buy out the full Daedalus, is going for the Nullifier now. It has a lot of damage pouring out. The rest of Talon still playing down bot. Boom starting to cross back into their side with the river though. FVZ, what you got? Going into the Guardian Greaves. Jackie going into that full Bloodthorn. You've still got your meanly racks healed up fully here on the side of Boom, and they'll try for a smoke play. Lines drawn onto mid. They get a good jump here. Everything's back up.
Radiant's bottom tower
WS would be a good one to start. Instead, they're forced to catch out Jokam. Maybe Cuckoo as well. Back. He does still manage to dive away. Gets Hurricane Piked up into the high ground. Still being chased down though by Jackie. The song comes in. Is there time for the Fire Spirits? No, the Chain Stuns are there. Aphotic Shield is not going to save. And that's a 2 supports down. That is Song down as well. But Talon not looking keen to head back into that fight just yet. And some good punish out from the side of Boom Esports. Fermenter solo taken by Mikado. Free shard out for WS and Hair. This is where things get a little bit crazy. Miscoil with your attack damage with Akonda. The fact that you can probably crit on that attack as well with Akonda plus damage. Stacking up like it's a stupid amount of damage. In fact, you'll just go for a Nullifier on WS. That E-Blade we were talking about on Mac is there, so the blow-up game is ready, despite being slower to start here for Mac. You are hitting your strides on the side of Boom. Talon will smoke. They see Roche timer as well, 50 seconds. See if they find a big jump onto anyone. FVZ would be huge. They do see him. But he does manage to run away with that surge. Still want him, but he does surge out. So Natsumi does pop the God Strength.
Dire's courier just got put down.
To no real benefit at the moment. Into the rush they go instead. Again, they see the timer here on Talon. They know it's going to be up. They've lost 2k of their lead, though. Boom has managed to do a good job of catching back in, and they get a good scout out with Zhao. Thunder God's Rat will spot Talon, waiting for the Roshan, so they know Roche is there. A prime fight for Boom if they get their positioning right. It feels like this is kind of reliant on Cuckoo actually landing a good egg. MKB up now for Natsumi, so he's not going to be caring about that butterfly. Tim's hanging on the edge, not spotted out by any traps here. But the rocket flare is starting to do some work. Port up now for Jackie. Much harder to kill Naga Siren. But Roche gets started anyway by the side of Talon. War will reveal. Can you find an angle in here? Can you just song and steal? Jackie. If we play, Talon does pull back. WS will put his body forward to scout. Boom now taking position in that Lotus pool. Jump forward. Natsumi breaks this one first. Light Strike Array will entrap two. Natsumi stuck in the middle of no man's land. Doesn't manage to get the BKB, but they're all trapped in the shards. Tim's with a shard save is doing a ton of work. Now the song coming in. All so low on the side of Talon. Natsumi gets blown apart. With WS starting to heal up. E-Blade out onto... Oh, they kill off the egg as the E-Blade stops Mikado from finding an angle back in. Nothing defensive here on Mikado. Kill off WS as well. The buyback is out from Jokam trying to get the trap, but he gets orchided up. Instant buybacks out from the rest of Talon. Except for Natsumi, he doesn't have one. Keeping the chase. Mikado, the E-Blade, it's a bait! He's gone now as well. And with nothing defensive on Mikado, as these Light Strike Arrays start to come into tighter spots, comes a Nightmare's WS, looking to almost die back. Buyback on Mikado. Now hookshot forward. They want to find Jackie. The percent-based damage is looking good. The knockback in the shards is nice. And Jokam finds that massive kill. No buybacks left. We'll get the TPs out. They've got Roshan to cover these buybacks. And a messy engagement. The Talon do win out. And they get their prize in Roshan, but they've lost their net worth lead entirely. That is a huge swing back. We're the side of Boom. 5k with all those buybacks being committed. And a huge loss for Talon. You are seeing the power of that Lina. The power of that LSA in such confined areas. And Talon are just constantly clumped up. They've got dual melee cores that want to right-click. It becomes so easy to entrap Natsumi and WS. And it does feel like you need something defensive for Mikado. He's gone full greed. And he's going back for that nullifier last we checked. With no BKB, one LSA just kills him. You have to be so careful about that on the side of Talon. Boom have equalized. They're not in the lead just yet. Talon have lost a lot of that tempo. Look at that. Look at his roller coaster graph. Just crashing all the way down.
Rock it on.
I'm skipping a little bit of a complicated game. They've got the Halberd up in FVZ, so it's not a freebie anymore for Natsumi to just jump in, or for Mikado. Putting off any of these two cores becomes a massive issue, as it does feel like the damage is also starting to lack a little bit on Talon.
Rock it on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Boom's part, I mean, Jackie only has upwards to go, right? Like, he's going for the BKB instead of going for that full Bloodthorn committal. Once that's done, he's going to be feeling a hell of a lot better in these fights, because you don't have hold on Talon.
Radiant's lost their top tower.
Top tier 1 gets taken away now.
The Dire have killed Radiant's courier.
They get the full
Poor little guy.
build-up of the
Dire's
Nullifier
bottom tower
knocked
is
out
looking
from
so
Mikado,
great. Radiant's middle
who does
tower
still
is in
buy out
trouble.
the Sacred Relic.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 being pushed in, but the Tier 3 is going to be sieged here by Talon. WS takes point. They do have the banner to stall.
Radiant's
That
middle
Tier
tower
3
is
should
in
fall eventually. No one can really hit the banner outside of Mac, and eventually they do come in.
trouble. Radiant's top tower is
WS and Illusions trying to get this done by themselves. Still 29 HP on the Tier 3.
Dire's lost their bottom tower.
Will eventually fall.
That was terrible.
So you do have that. 15 to 13 again. Game evening out here. Boom Esports rallying in that Roche fight. Talon floundering just a tad bit. And for Boom, these aura plates are starting to cause massive issue. Right? With that full Crimson Guard up on FBZ, the Shivas to kite around, the shards, the back walls, the LSAs connecting on no BKB heroes. Like, they only have one BKB on Talon. WS, of course, probably doesn't want it. Probably just wants to play with Borrowed Time and Aphotic. And the Manta.
Courier's down. Radiant
Starting to
side.
go sidewards as they lose another Courier, WS. And he's still going to be able to buy out the Sacred Relic on his own, I suppose. Smoke on smoke. As Boom occupy that triangle up top. Might be able to find this good angle onto Natsumi. Do they have the Ags up? Not quite
Hey,
on Tim's.
Nice.
Amp damage rune here though. Mikado will just pick it up.
Do it with flair.
Cuckoo. His smoke breaks, but they will
Radiant's
back
top
off
tower
here.
is in trouble.
They're keeping the scouting open from Joe Cam.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Someone's got to correct these tier 3s. No one is, so a nice steady chip damage from Boom. Mikado wants to play with his DD.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
This amp damage. How do you go here?
Radiant's
How do
top
you
tower
start?
isn't looking so great. Radiant structures
Feel
are
like
fortified.
it has to be from Joe Cam or Natsumi. Like, you actually have to risk it with the Sven coming in first. The tier 3 just slowly being melted by Jackie's illusions. Now to 300 HP. Talon get a good scan as to Boom's position. Nullifiers are up. Aegis does expire. This is do or die. Talon has no buybacks. If they're not careful and they lose this next team fight, it's over. We're going 1-1 in the best of 5. Forced to back out on the side of Talon. Shards do not connect. Hook shot is nice from Joe Cam. Get the nullifier out as well. Can they get enough to kill off Tims? It doesn't look like. Snowball will drag Tims all the way back. Might be able to get enough. They do manage to get the nullifier off, stopping that. The big vac wall. The song kind of breaks this up though. Natsumi, they're stuck in the middle. Cuckoo does have egg if he wants to try to pop it. He doesn't have the fire spirit. It's forced to try anyhow. There is enough right-click speed coming out from FBZ, and they'll be able to find Cuckoo. WS trying to help the cause inside. Already losing out on one. Kill off Zhao, but he will buy back. FBZ now starting to drop low. Will go, but WS is set to die back. Natsumi has a buyback. Mikado stuck in no man's land. Punched into the air. No buybacks, and that's going to be GG. That has to be it. There's no way on earth Natsumi handles this fight by himself. There's still 2 tier 2s left standing. But 100 seconds without Mikado, and Talon
Radiant's middle
fumble
tower
this
is down
game.
for the count.
As Boom Esports rally after a slow start, after a terrible, atrocious game for Mac. Talon just get a little bit overambitious. They don't respect that control. Get kited around. Buy back on Natsumi.
Are under attack.
Last rally as they're going for the tier 4s.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's lost their middle
Half a
tower.
minute until Cuckoo's back up.
Radiant's middle tower is
Boom
down for the
Esports.
count.
They call it. Talon calls a GG. Boom Bez managed to take it into a 1-1 game, 1-1 series here.
Kill. Now you're just showing off.
And Talon, that was just insane. It's a mass buyback for the Rotron after a very awkward beginning to it. I guess they could sense that if they didn't take Roche, it would have been a loss in the game anyhow. But boy, that was awful. That was insane from Talon. Just a very bad call coming out, costing the game. After a very strong start, Mikado was dominating his mid. Mac had no game whatsoever for at least 25 minutes. And it just falls flat. I think they had these ideas. I don't think it's down to the Sven pick. I don't think it's it. it maybe felt like WS's Abaddon didn't do as much, right? Like his presence wasn't really felt. Again, he didn't go Radiance. He went for the typical right-click Abaddon. And I think that was also an issue, right? It allowed all of this damage to just come in from Jackie later on. I'm a little bit surprised that it was not a Radiance pickup on WS anyhow. And the side of Boom, they get to even out the game. 1-1, 2 games left, or 2 games to win for both sides to get in to that ride to Wallachia. But I have to give mad props to Boom. I think it was really Jackie, it felt like, that kind of gave them that. And Mac, after, again, very atrocious start. Look at that lead from Talon. Look at that nosedive. Look at his net worth at 10. Look at where Mac is. At 10 minutes, bottom net worth core, 3.2k. All of the cores on Talon, at the very least, 1.8k above him. 25 minutes in, same story. 8k on Mac, 11k on Mikado, 10k on WS, 12k on Natsumi, and then you hit this weirdness. Even at 30 minutes, like Mikado was, Mac was just at the bottom, and then suddenly they nosedive, right? Like they nosedive, they take one very awful fight with buybacks forced out, and they risk it for the biscuit. Talon get over ambitious, they get punished. Again, big props to Boom for finding that game. We'll see if Talon can try to recover from one of the worst games you've seen there in terms of swing backs. We'll take a short break. We'll be back for that game at number 3 in short order. It's going to be maybe around 15 minutes at this point. Probably 13 minutes. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Take a short break. We'll be back with that next game. Alright, ladies and gents.
10 seconds.
We're back in.
5 seconds, boss.
I've gotten my substitute headphones on. Wireless now. But they're not very comfy, so I don't like them too much.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
Do you see the draft on hand?
Dyer's turn to ban.
And I might as well charge the secondary battery. I was planning to sell or give this away, but I guess it's coming in handy now because I'm too lazy to reach
10
out to the
seconds
Custom
left.
1 Pros, which still need to be fixed anyhow.
5 seconds remaining.
Lots of busted shit in this life. Wait a minute.
Dyer's choice. Radiant's choice. Monkey.
See, and Monkey King comes out for Talon.
Ten seconds left.
There you go.
5 seconds, boss.
Battery's charging up. So we just have to slot it in.
Dyer's ban.
We are back. Abaddon taken by the side of Boom. So they get to have fun with that here this time around. Probably for FBZ, but
Dyer's turn to
potentially Jackie. There is that flex on hand here. But Talon get to start with the Monkey King. So they get the Mikado Monkey King out early. They have the confidence to give him a very strong mid once again. The issue now is what do you get for carry? What do you get for his supports? Clockwork is still in the pool. Tusk is in the pool as well for Boom, as we've seen that they have enjoyed a hero. See what they ban out. They banned out the Dark Seer of FBZ. Boom Esports will take out Cuckoo's Phoenix along with that Bounty Hunter TB, and Talon again taking care of the Doom in the Nyx. Dawnbreaker has felt lower priority nowadays. What are you going to be doing here? What are you going to be banning out? Talon digging deep into reserve time now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ban out the Naga Siren as well. So a lot of respect for what happened in the last game there on the side of Talon. Don't want a repeat of that with Jackie feeling ultra comfy
10
in
seconds
his
remaining.
illusion-based hero. Boom Esports have got the ban and the pick here.
5 seconds, boss.
Again, Clockwork's still in the pool. Zeus is in the pool if they don't want to snag that themselves here on the side of Boom.
Radiant's pick.
And they'll ban out the Lycan. So they're targeting WS heroes.
Dyer's pick.
We will get out the Venomancer out for Boom Esports. Fat Panda 123. Any land talent work you have coming up? Not quite. Would help if people demanded that, but so far no. Hopefully soon.
10 seconds.
Hopefully very soon, but I'm not sure.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, Venomancer with Abaddon out. That's a very toxic lane already here from the side of Boom Esports. And I think that's pretty cool. I think that as a dual lane is already pretty scary. They do go for the Zeus on Talon that we were talking about that was left unbanned. So they do have themselves a pretty fun time as well here on the side of Talon with Zeus. I mean, you have some good targets to burst down. You have some good vision game play around it. We saw Boom actually utilize very well last time. Of course, we've seen Cuckoo be very comfy with the Zeus before. So I'm curious which way Talon goes in this draft now. Like, I saw someone's eye behind a white door. Is my door open?
Radiant's back.
That is legitimately where my door is, by the way. Clockwork does come out here for Talon as well, so 2 supports we were talking about do come out.
10 seconds left.
Which I like. It's a lot of vision coming out here. Whoa.
5 seconds, boss.
For the side of Talon. Side of Boom Esports taking their time into this next pick. They still have a lot of reserve time, though. What's it going to be for the side of Boom? They've got the back-to-back picks. You've got the Abaddon. There's a DK option here. There's a Dusa. Maybe you could go for your mid. We'll go for the Tusk again for Tim's. So Veno Tusk, which means you're getting a Tusk Abaddon, which tag team with Abba is pretty devastating, which is fair enough. What else will it be here for Boom?
10 seconds remaining.
We're probably looking at our mid, if not safe lane pickup now for Jackie.
5 seconds remaining.
Weirdo Kid 22. I'm unrecognizable without my glasses. It's been like 2-3 years now. I like the Bristleback idea. I think Bristle plus Abaddon is actually devastating. It is a very tanky,
Dire's pick.
very tanky set of front lines here. Instead, we'll go with the Invoker pickup. So that's gonna be your Mac matchup here for the side of Boom. So it's going to be Monkey King versus the Invoker. That matchup's pretty alright for Invoker. It's not amazing. Brown Boots timing again for Mikado is going to be key.
10 seconds left.
For Talon's part, what do you want to pick up? Like, you can start to hammer in this Monkey King's position. You can pick your Natsumi hero. Maybe you pick the offlaner instead. Yeah, they'll go for the Puck. So this should be a Natsumi Monkey. And they end up with a Puck versus Invoker, which is a very nice time for the Puck. In fact, you don't really have the best hard lockdown here from Boom Esports for the Puck pick. So there is a lot going on here for the side of Talon. This is a relatively free Puck game coming in. Should be able to dive in and out quite well.
5 seconds remaining.
You don't have a lot of control to have to worry about on this hero. And I think that's where things get really spicy. Right? And there's no way you're going to get a pause 1 that gives you enough control to handle something like the Puck. They ban out the Bristle now on Talon's end. There's maybe the DK left for Boom Esports. For Talon's side, it's offlaners that Boom has to take care of, so it'll take care of that Dawnbreaker. What else is the call here? And what else do we have in offlane? Lycan was already banned out, right? Dawnbreaker. You're dealing with Abaddon Tusk.
5 seconds.
This is not a bad Enigma game.
Dire's turn to ban.
Not a bad Enigma game at all. And they ban out the Timbersaw instead, which also would have been really amazing here. Talon? Will you ban out something like the Phantom Assassins or the DK? I suppose Alchemist is in the pool along with Medusa as well. Which way will you go here on the side of Boom? Or are you banning out safe lanes, right? Like Abaddon off lane for FBZ, and maybe you're looking at a safe lane, like a Slark, and then again a PA, Alchemist, DK. All these options for Talon to consider. Not a lot of reserve time left to their last pick as well. And they do have to pick first, so they don't have that element of surprise here. I'd say the DK is probably the biggest threat if that was something they'd go for. They banned the Gyrocopter instead. So they allowed DK Abaddon to come out if it does come in. And the Beastmaster comes out for WS. Snagged it away from FBZ. They've got the Ags Rush they could go for. They've got a great way of isolating some heroes out with Roar. And that is going to be the safe lane Monkey King. So for Boom, again, DK is still there. PA is still there. PA into the Beastmaster lane is pretty happy, right? Slark is there.
5 seconds remaining.
They have a lot of picks here on the side of Boom. And all of them are beefy, man. Like, if you go for one of the beefier cores, like, say, Lifestealer or... Yeah, maybe pretty much Lifestealer, DK. Talon has no burst for that. So it's going to be a little bit rough. 4D Valhalla. We're on a 15-minute Dota TV delay. We are not in lobby. We are casting from Dota TV. Yeah, I mean, a Lifestealer DK does make the lane okay for Beastmaster. So if you want a good lane against it, then you go for PA. Right, like PA is probably like the best lane for the Beastmaster. PA Venomancer is not too bad anyhow.
Make the choice.
Go Night Stalker, so they're going pause 1 Abaddon here. Rather interesting. Pause 1 Abaddon coming out for Jackie. FBZ taking the Night Stalker up with Night Rain. A little bit awkward. Like, the Beastmaster into at least the 1 save already of a Photic can be a little bit awkward. The lane is pretty alright. I'm not sure how Talon plays this. You kind of have to be very smart. You have to kind of try to split this fight apart. You have to be very aware of where this Night Stalker is at from the side of Boom Esports. And Talon kind of needs to be disciplined around that. This is going to be pretty rough, I think, for Talon. I think draft-wise, Boom has some very good ideas here. They have a lot of damage coming in. They have very tanky frontliners that I don't think Talon can really burst down that quick. Especially as pipes start to come up, if that is something that comes up here. So, I'm curious to see what Talon can do. Like, this is a little bit nightmarish for Mikado. Like, he has to really worry about FBZ every single time. Because if he's not, then he's just caught out and he's just dead. He can't dodge, he can't do anything. He's silent stuff for a long time. I like this from Boom. I think it's showing great promise to go into game number 3 with 2 wins under your belt. For Talon, there must be something here that they see. Again, they had this option to just run Monkey King mid, take another win condition out for Natsumi, but they opted to go for the Mikado puck. Mikado is going to have to put that work in. There is just the Night Stalker to worry about, to be fair. So, if the FBZ is not in the right spot at the right time, this puck can kind of dance around. We'll have to see, as we will be heading into that game number 3 shortly. And again, 1-1 scoreline, a very even set of affairs here so far. Let's see who does come out on top. We will head into it. Here we go. Game number 3.
Done your warm-up.
Boom managing to wrangle a win over Talon again. And Talon, for their part, again, maybe going for a little bit of an interesting draft here. We've got the Natsumi Monkey, which brings some terrible, terrible flashbacks. FPS issues. That's a restart Dota right there. Hook will also take this time to disconnect. Jackie will disconnect as well. Very cool. Anyhow, I'm using my wireless headphones right now. I think these are Steel Series Arctic Nova Pros. They've got the 2 batteries. They're pretty alright. Get the 1 reconnect out. Still need a 2 before we get going here. These are alright. They're a little bit warm, and I really just wish my headphones were working. I mean, they work, but I hope Bear Dynamics does something. Because there's no way this kind of headphone's supposed to break at the hinges. No way. We do get the unpause, and we're going to head back into the game. So the music will die. We got the cog kick around for Jokam, just zoning out a little bit here. FBZ getting the tips out for his old teammate. Have to remember that as well. Jokam used to be on very old Boom with Kezcute. FBZ. Mikado.
Seconds to battle.
In Dreamocell, not in your dream. In Dreamocell. And that was, for me, peak Boom entertainment. Smoke on smoke, long flank. Jokam looking for the angle. Tims will break it. Boundless only onto one. We managed to get the Gale off, and that's going to cut off the aggression here from Jokam with the cogs. It does look like we end up for 2 for 2. Talon are playing right under Boom wards.
Stick to the plan.
There's that to factor in, but it's going to be nice and even overall. Still maintaining the tri-lane here early on the side
Get
of
out there.
Talon. Want to get the rundown onto someone, but they do walk under wards. They are literally just spotted out. Even Mikado joining in under wards. Oh no, that's not Sumi, of course. TPing away now. Heading back into their lane. Still maintaining the tri-lane bot. LBS with the blocks. TP out now as well for Cuckoo. So we'll head down here. We've got the Beastmaster up against the Abaddon. Of course, the axes are dispellable.
Courier just got put
So
down.
the debuff, the stacking is not going to feel that great up against the Abba, but I guess this is an okay one for the Boars. Just keep spitting at them. Gale spam from Zhao is dropping him low on mana. There is that, but he's doing good work in damaging out Jokam. And he does go for Patient Zero here as well. So he's not going for the Plague Carrier, not going for the Ward Memory. Instead, just the standard double usage of Noxious Plague, which is fairly annoying. Every time the entrapment comes in, Zhao just gets the Gale off. And this is doing a lot of damage onto Jokam. Bird Roots are doing some work onto Zhao, but not going to be able to reroute again.
Not what you
The
expect.
WS is having a decent time in this lane, but in terms of harassment, in terms of farm, you're not really stopping Jackie from getting too much. We'll see how much more Talon can try to do down the line. You're seeing some deep pulls. For FBZ, Cuckoo trying to contest as best as he can. Has not leveled up his skill at level 1. Trying to pocket as long as possible. Does at level 2 now. The lane for Natsumi, though, is pretty standard. They're trying their best to avoid facing the Monkey King directly. Melee, double melee into Monkey doesn't tend to feel good. Cuckoo again having to deal with another pull back from Tims. We'll always be able to give that free EXP out to FBZ. The punishment this time from Cuckoo is pretty harsh. Get some good right-click damage off with that live wire. But yeah, Natsumi is still fine, kind of handling that lane solo. Tanky enough to cop the creeps. Down on mid, you have Mac up against Mikado as well. And this is again a pretty good lane for Mikado. Like, Mac isn't going to be bullied out by any means. Puck does not crush the lane that hard. But Mikado also shouldn't be struggling whatsoever. And he is building up in CS. You're not finding the denies there for Mac, as WS will clean up Jackie. They're starting to drop John Uel low. And this boar spam is starting to get really hurt. Double kill for WS very early on. Tips out for Jackie from Cuckoo. As Jokam was able to walk away. And that's a good amount of solo EXP for WS in this area. Just with a level 2 up. Again, working out this aggression well. Like, they're forcing Zhao to just constantly Gale on the cogs. And that just means Jackie can't run in to try to use that Gale. Try to harass out. Try to find her own kill opportunity to come in. And WS is going to be feeling good. And you are still farming really well here on Jackie. In terms of lane control. But you die twice, or you die at least one time, it doesn't feel good. Cogs out again. Jokam just constantly forcing out this use of the Gale to ensure that it's not going to be flying out from WS. It's not going to be when Jackie's ready to play with it. And I like that understanding of this lane here from the side of Talon. Mid lane still going swimmingly well for Mikado. You are getting some denies up for Mac. So he's starting to build in on the EXP just a tad bit more. With that innate, it's called Mastermind. How edgy. Of Invoker, as to be expected from him. Take a look up top. Still having a smooth ride here for Natsumi. First nighttime is going to fade in a minute. So your Monkey King has ridden true, but you also had a stable start for FBZ here. Bot is probably where all the action will be focused in. You are running out of mana on WS, and he is going for the board buildup. He's going straight for that Dominator as well, as they're trying to make him play onto Zhao. Cog's kicks aren't lining up from Jokam. Maybe get Jackie instead with Cuckoo showing up. He's trying to get some stuns in. Pops the beast mode. TP out from Tim's. Will not trap Cuckoo. Natsumi goes through the gate as well. They want this kill onto Jackie. Extreme aggression out from Talon. Landing the double with Tim's caught. Cog's gonna be up shortly. They will manage to get it up. TP out from WS away from John Yuel. Cuckoo might be the one to fall. We'll find a courier in exchange. But to get Tim's as well on the side. Zhao at least getting some solo XP is gonna feel good about himself. And a back and forth game so far. Talon, though, taking the lead in kills. They're applying so much pressure onto Jackie. And I guess that's the one thing with the Abaddon. If you don't give it a free lane, does it really run away with a game? It really doesn't. It doesn't have the best farming capability. Mephetic Shield kind of allows it to. Just farm somewhat in jungle with stacks.
This is going to be a long battle.
Excuse me. Natsumi still diving for this one. Do you manage to get the cogs out onto Zhao? Zhao will go. And I like this again. This understanding from Talon what they have to do against Abaddon. Give it a rough lane. Don't give free space out for Jackie. What is that? Oh, these things still work.
Temporary invulnerability. Radiant side. Radiant's bottom
Talon
tower
now
is
starting to
looking
get that
great.
pressure down bot. They swing Natsumi back up top. That was a lot of free space for FBZ.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
But your main concern probably is that Abaddon popping off anyhow.
Invisibility.
Do you get a swing rotation out? Mikado coming in with that invis. Has the Dream Coil ready. Trying to isolate out FBZ. TP comes in from Mac. Try to get the entrap in. Cuckoo will be the one to fall. Mikado doesn't find the angle he wants.
Zeus? What happened to him?
So a little bit of a whiff there from Talon. Bosku cops the short end of the stick. Mikado's still kind of looking around. Wants that 6-7 minute wisdom rune. Might be able to find it here. Tim's is still level 2 somehow. At 7 minutes in, so the wisdom runes are so important. Mikado will just find it. Yeah, Mikado takes it. Stuck at level 2, poor old Tim's. TP away onto the mid. Gets the power treads up on Mikado. Man, this Tusk has been forced to walk around way too much. It's been a lot of free space for FBZ. Like, he's going to have level 6 soon. But that's a huge sacrifice for someone like the Tusk. No level 3. Very far away from thinking about Walrus Punch being a tool. They are still applying this consistent pressure bot, though. Even dragging Kupi down bot. Are being spotted out by the wards, though. Mikado just farming up in the jungle just a little bit. Gate moving across. They want to collapse onto Natsumi. He's by himself. Does manage to check the tree line. He's going to be fine. Natsumi does manage to jump away. Scan does not connect either. And Natsumi.
Dire's top tower.
Great
is in
read.
trouble.
All things considered, no wards to protect. Just knowing that no one's showing in lane. Top can besiege with Jackie and FBZ. Top tower doesn't take too long to fall here. And it will just go. Talon not willing to come in for the defense just
Dire's
yet.
top tower is gone.
Wanting that farm.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
You have the roar ready to go on WS. Dominator not too far off. They will get the gate action out as my camera goes a little bit wild.
Top tower is
Jokam will fall. Only Jokam. That does waste a lot of mana as a resource on Jackie. He does have 11 charges. Still, Mikado comes in. Amp damage is up. They get the roar. They want the kill before 6 is up. And Jackie's dead again. It's Abaddon.
bottom tower.
And not really being given the free room that we've seen most Abaddons get. Being ignored for the most part in lane. Talon giving full attention over to it. Dream Coil still ready as well on Mikado. No hook shot yet for Jokam, so no play to come out there. Level 6 is ready on Natsumi. Just being a little bit of a nuisance here. We'll just keep trying to manage the top lane. So much free room for Mikado to just lay siege with that amp damage rune as well. Not going to be able to get the full damn thing, but let's apply that pressure. Three to 6 start. Talon 2k up. Coming out of these lanes pretty nicely here. Inside of Boom. Again, they're the ones who need to find little space. Issue is I don't think this is too rough for Jackie. Again, farming with Abaddon now with a Photic Shield is pretty alright. It's like a pseudo blade mail of sorts. So we'll just get that build up. WS does have some stacks for himself. Dominator already up. Overlord not too far off. Really, the person hurting the most is Natsumi, but he's going full core. He's not looking for fights. He's going to be going Battle Fury here. Classic Monkey Can Carry build. And they're just kind of chilling. There's a lot of room out for Jackie. He's again playing in that jungle. Echo Saber only one part away. Well, rather 2 parts away, I do believe. So still a ways off. FBZ though, he's been given a lot more room. He is going for the Mage Slayer on this Night Stalker. Is nighttime once again, as the Dark Ascension if need be. Building some stacks up in the riskier part of the jungle. Natsumi will be able to find his gold for himself. So Mac is showing up to contest. The Kuka will get a couple for himself. The Meatballs to connect. Boundless will connect as well, but a couple for Mac. Not too bad. They are posturing aggressively. Still, the space out for WS is again ramping up. Like he is top net worth again, considering his stack priority. Same thing can't really be said for FBZ. He doesn't have that flash farm potential. And then Jackie does feel like he's still just constantly playing catch up on this Ava. He is being given room. There is that. Attention now onto mid from Boom. Catching out Mikado could be a nice one. We'll get the combinations for the silences off. No save for Mikado. Hookshot's good, but only stalls the inevitable. Wukong's command comes out though. No cogs, or the cogs are up from Jokam. Will fall. The roar is out. They want to try to kill off Mac, and they will. FBZ falls as well in that Wukong's. A 2 for 2, but you find 2 cores for a core support. Talon, you're more than happy to get that done. Great timing out from Talon. You are seeing that threat of the Night Stalker. Once a wombo combo's there and you get that crippling fear up, not much Mikado can really do, and it's not like he wants to go BKB. So it is a little bit of a challenge for that puck, but everyone else was fine. Like, again, a great hook shot out from Jokam, waiting out that level 1 crippling fear to kind of fade away, and gets the cogs entrapment for a beautiful Wukong's roar, and does pan out in the end. 5 to 8, Talon still holding on to their lead. They're seeing openings coming in here and there for the side of Boom Esports. Not enough to be fully comfy in this game just yet. $4K lead for Talon, holding steady. Tim's is at least level 5 now. He's going to hit 6 by probably 15. 14 and a half. Looking for a smoke play out. They've got Hookshot ready in Jokam. Zhao wouldn't be the biggest target in the world, but FBZ would be exponentially bigger. You managed to get the entrapment, crippling fear to stall for time. Dream Coil will come out, but there is enough time for respond here. You managed to break the cogs open and get the shards, try to get some distance. Jokam now gonna Hookshot away. He's fine. Instead, it's Tims who went a little bit too far. Wukong will zone out the rest of Boom. Not gonna be able to come back in. Not a simple kill. They don't find the big one they'd want on FBZ, but they don't lose anyone on Talon. Jokam again survives through
Dire's
with a
top
clear
tower
hook
is
shot
under
out.
attack.
And they actually even managed to drag Jackie into that one. He walks up, has the Echo Saber, plus the Orb of Corrosion at the very least. Not quite enough to be a threat yet, not until that Harpoon is in. There's that Battle Fury for Natsumi. So he's going to be scaling up quite quick, going for the Ags build-up. Not a build that we've seen from Monkey Kings too often nowadays. But still one that works with scaling in mind. Cuckoo would not want to play tag with these wards. Starting to get a bit of a swing into that triangle. Playing off of these wards that they have. And trying to go onto that mid-tier one. Again, dragging Jackie in for this one.
Dire structures are fortified.
Dreamcoil's ready. It's still nighttime, but there's the
Dire's
Ags
middle
up.
tower is in trouble.
On WS. Does opt for that first instead of the full Overlord. The drums to Slom are in. Daytime swings out. Tier 1 will still fall.
That was unexpected.
But Roshan is open here for Talon. They've got the good old Troll Summoner. So they've got the damage for this one. All these bonuses out. The drums to Slong ringing away. And just that with a battery assault is going to be enough to find Roshan. The scan is there. Cuckoo trying to zone them out a little bit. They are aware on the side of Boom, but aren't going to be able to make it quick enough. WS. Snowballing in this game. Top net worth by a good margin here. Above even his own cores. Now it's just time to get that gold working your way. Gonna try to catch out Mikado if you get the chain stuns out, but he does dodge out the EMP. Mikado will just dig himself up a water rune consolation prize. How many shovels do we have here? Not a crazy amount. 2 shovels for Talon. Okay. Still a bit unfair. But Boom did have 4 at one point, so hey. We're ready to get the hook shot out. Jackie, who does have his ultimate, so he's not going to be dying anytime soon. Are trying to get control. EMP is going to be coming out. The roar's out from WS. EMP will hold him back a little bit. Wukong's does fall flat. Green Coil's down as well, but they're held back by the Noxious Plague. And he can't get that damage through. Instead now, WS. And he does have Aegis. Out comes FBZ, but no mana quite yet. Getting ping-ponged by the cogs. WS looks like that Aegis will pop sooner than later, as he will die. Nice boundless strike from Natsumi though. Sure, they will get the FBZ kill in the end. And that is a costly fight. You know, that's all of your big team fight spells from Talon. But you do find that kill. Aegis does go out early, but chances are you're only going to farm with it anyhow. You're still going to have to wait for Natsumi to get that full Ags up. Hook shot is clean from Jokam. Finds Mac, but do they have the damage for this one? Under the tier 1 tower. Mac all by himself though. Only really Zhao trying to help. Jokam not going to be denied off. That's going to be 1 kill, and Mikado now walking into that crippling fear will fall. But the strike onto tree. Jump forward as well for Natsumi. They're going to be able to clean this one up. Jackie does not have borrowed time for a while. Instead, they'll go for John Uwell. He does manage to get a good gale off. Won't be able to keep the creeps up, but Cuckoo will clean up. Cuckoo's fault coming in right there. Borrowed time is back up for Jackie. And Talon. The hit and run does cost them 2, but they find 3 in exchange. Harpoon being revealed by Jackie, trying to make a play onto WS, but the roar comes out instead onto Tims, and the damage is there. WS still held in the middle of all of this. Borrowed time already popped. Mac just respawned. The damage is coming in onto WS. He's gone, but Mac's instantly dead. Snowball. Ghost Walk will save. No detection out on Natsumi. That was a buyback? Tim's buyback at least doesn't die back. A pretty nice swing out for the side of Boom. Very ballsy play from Jackie with that full Harpoon up, but having confidence that borrowed time ready. And the regen coming in here for WS, just not quite enough. He is going for the Blink Dagger next. What have we got lined up here for Talon? The Ag's still 2 parts away for Natsumi. And what's Boom going for next? Just the Sanjin, Yasha, and Jackie. We've got the Blink lined up for FBZ. The Dragonlance lining up for Mac, and that that Mage Slayer is doing a ton of work. Like, it's cutting through the magic damage a fair bit of WS when he does come in with that roar. So overall, a back and forth game. 9k lead still standing for Talon. And overall, Boom are doing a great job of just staying relatively even despite this shortcomings. It's FBZ and Mac being sacrificed again, but Jackie is somewhat keeping up. Feels like you're kind of all in on this Abaddon to win you the game. Smoke out from Talon. All their spells coming back up now. Can they find a flank? Jiao is not the target you want to break that smoke on. FBZ could be a little bit better. Nighttime is back up though. Smoke breaks Mikado. Get the dust out from Jokam as well. Harpoon back onto Jokam. The Cogs to try to stall for time. The hook shot is good. Jokam's going to be able to survive for another day. We'll try to TP out. 4 stabs away. Jokam is safe. So much effort to save out that one. Cuckoo will be the one to sacrifice though. Not able to TP out. Jackie takes that one for himself. So 9-14. Big pick off for the side of Boom Esports. Swinging 600 gold off of 1 kill. Side of Talon having to work out for these defensive items. WS going for the BKB. Natsumi. Ags is almost complete. But the stat padding and the soldiers are going to be there. Blink up for Mikado now. A little bit of a safety net for him. And the game's slowing down just a tad for Talon. Focusing on that farm. Needing more build-up on Natsumi after the Aghanim's up. Maybe opting for his own BKB now afterwards. Tormentor is there for the taking, and Talon will get started. Same goes for Boom. Chow. No Thunder God's Wrath for Cuckoo. A little bit surprised. Would have been a nice one to find on Chow. Nah, a little bit too late now. Jokam does get his free shard. You do have the jetpack underway. A little bit easier to weave in and out of these engagements. I'm not sure how to feel about this game as it scales on. I feel like Jackie still stays strong. FBZ still stays relevant until we start seeing BKBs. And the key issue is that Mikado does not want a BKB. He's actually going Hurricane Pike, which makes sense.
I can't believe I'm seeing Harpoon
Does leave a
once
mild
again.
gaping hole for you to exploit here on the side of Boom. But I do feel like the scaling of Monkey King is just tons better. I guess Borrowed Time is still great. Abaddon's still ultra tanky. Still a hard hero to kill off. Not too sure. Smokeout coming in from Boom Esports. I do like the Monkey King scaling more than the Abaddon. We'll see. If they find a good flank here on Boom, get a good target down, they can start this fight off in good terms. Cuckoo. Maybe not the best one. Instead, this is a bit of a better one. WS, all by his lonesome. Does get harpooned around. Piggyback off as well. Not going to be able to heal Trop with no roar coming in. Dreamcoil does hold him into the Wukongs, and FBZ will fall. Off lane trade so far. Hookshot falls short. The Wukongs is about to fade away. Cuckoo is going to be able to force that away. Natsumi caught in the Tornado EMP. Not going to be dodging out that anytime soon. Jackie's still feeling confident. Would have borrowed time. In fact, Natsumi is the one stuck in a really awkward spot. Will get taken care of. So a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Boom Esports. As Mikado is not able to clean up and WS is just blown up at the start. Going back for that BKB now as we do hit a pause. Ah, I see we have Mayu on hand. Hello, Mayu. Have you been speaking? Wait, have you been... Oh, no. Wait, my headphones. Right, I changed headphones. Give me a moment. I haven't heard Discord. Yeah, it's still going on to my thing. Hello? Speak again. Mayu. Mayu.
Hello.
Whoa, you didn't have to kill my ears like that. Hello. Thanks for joining us here.
Hello.
I switched headphones because
yes.
my other headphones broke. I mean, the hinge broke fully, so I have to use the Steel Series ones. You sound different. You sound a little bit loud. Try to move your mic not directly in front of your mouth, just like a decent distance. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's a little bit better.
Alright.
How are you doing? How long have
Just
you been?
finished some work.
All right, let me
I've
stream the
been
game out.
for less than a few minutes, I think.
All right, how do we feel about this state for Talon versus Boom? Like Boom's starting to find some openings here and there. This core Abaddon on pause 1 has the full SNY going for
Abaddon
Bastion
one.
next. Like, how do you feel about, say, going to the 30-35 minute mark as we approach like mid to late game here?
Abaddon? I'm not really sure about the Abaddon pick. Like, Abaddon's strong. But if I recall correctly, like, the reason people stopped playing this course because he got nerfed to the ground. But
He's
I'm
somewhat
not
good.
sure what's new. I'm not sure what's new, but Abaddon, his kit is just really strong. Surviving, so if you put damage with that, it's like, why the hell not? So I see
Fair.
the idea. But I'm not sure about how strong his skills because it's my first time really seeing him
Fair
as
enough.
one. I did run him one long ago, but like,
Smoke spotted out by the Thunder God's Wrath at the very least, so Talon is going to be able to retreat. Instant TP's away. Going to be able to back up. Oh, smoke doesn't really amount to much. I think the key thing right now for Talons, they need a BKB and WS. They can't afford to lose their Beastmaster straight up. They need to be able to play with that roar. There's a position for Roche here on the side of Boom. It is spawning up shortly, so they're going to be in a great spot for that one. It is daytime, though. But Dark Ascension is ready. Talon, do they want to contest? It doesn't look like it. Just going back to farm, get those BKBs going under 2 cores. Mikado, of course, not going for a BKB, as you really wouldn't want to on a puck. There's at least one up now on WS, and the Roshan is going. Not going to take too long. It doesn't feel like the quickest either, but it'll go to Boom. They're starting to play a little bit cautiously, though, but they will get that Aegis. We'll find Mikado on the side. Hurricane Pike away. We'll be able to jaunt off, though. Can you really force this fight with basically 3 lives up and Jackie? And Talon are still posturing. We've got the fresh BKBs. Hook shot is nice from Jokam. Trapping 2 in the middle of nowhere. But where's the follow-up? Not quite there for Jokam yet. Rainfall is good. They kill off FBZ. They get the roar onto Mac. This Invoker does manage to force tap away of that Wukong's. Jackie, though, already forced to pop that borrowed time. And they'll still find that kill onto Mac. Buyback forced out on Jokam. It's going to be a 2-0. They don't lose Aegis. Bar time does fall, but not the end of the world with that one. Talon do still find some good kills. And maybe the buyback in Jokam is not the best, but we saw Tim's kind of buyback
was a
earlier
bit
too.
ambitious.
Yeah, it was, but hey.
Like, it was understandable. They didn't know how the fight was gonna go. He did land a really good hook shot, but there's really not much of a follow-up. But after, like, the team fight was happening, like, I'm pretty sure they didn't expect they would kind of win that team fight.
Yeah.
So it was an understandable buyback.
It is. Good, a decent enough state for Talon. Again, they dragged the lead up to 11k. You can see the issue with Jackie, just kind of ignore him, and I don't know if his impact's really being felt if you just ignore him. Like, you take care of everyone else in the back, you take care of FBZ and Mac, the fight becomes much harder for Boom. And this time WS doesn't get caught out, which is key, as he has been getting picked off every now and again. 13 to
They're just
18.
really lacking damage for now.
Which side? Talon or...
Boom.
That they are.
Like, Abaddon would live, definitely, but doesn't really have much of a damage item. Like, all of his items are just for surviving. Oh, what's happening top?
Just a little bit of
wait,
poking and
nothing.
prodding. They get the roar out onto Mac. Where's the follow through for WS? There it is. The hook shot on point from Jokam at the last second. Find another big kill onto that mid. Looks like the Bisayawa is getting targeted once more as Jackie does have the borrowed time, so no threat onto him, but would love to be able to pop that Aegis, make it a little bit uncomfy. Still have that build up. Again, Natsumi's been taking these fights without the full BKB. Only the recipe away now. Mikado for his part, full Parasma up. So his damage output's starting to really get up there now. And 13 to 19, 15k lead for Talon. If you're in Boom Esports, like, how do you mitigate some of that damage issue you're talking about here, Mayu?
Sorry, what did you say?
If you're on
What
Boom
was
Esports, how do you mitigate some of that? How do you fix this damage issue?
Radiant's
You do have an abandoned one, so you kind of just have to wait for him to get his damage items. And maybe Invoker can scale for a bit. Like, and NS can also be some sort of damage, pseudo damage, but other than that, it's really just... You have to make sure you survive for long enough time for the Abaddon to actually do something. Like, yeah, the Abaddon would live, but like, will the rest of the team live is the question for them in the team fights. Cause like, yeah, I'm really not sure because it's my first time seeing an Abaddon one.
Randall smoke, but instantly broken by Mikado jumping in and poking, prodding, and will back off. Jokam as well with a close up Glimmer Cape going to be able to back. And that smoke from the side of Boom doesn't amount to much. Meanwhile, for Talon, you're given the farm distribution is super even. Only again, Natsu maybe lagging a bit behind. But he does have that BKB. He's going for the butterfly next. And again, you've got all the damage in the world now for Mikado. As the amp damage rune bottled up. What are we going for in WS? Just a straight up Shivas. You don't have aura carriers actually on the side of Boom, so no pipe into Shiva is still going to feel great here. Bumping up Talon. Maybe find an opening here. Trying to get the Harpoon off onto their puck. Meanwhile, inside, hookshot's good. Onto Mac again. In fact, the Boundless onto 2. Tim's getting the snowball save out, but they're going to be trapped in the shard and the cogs. Damage is good. Mac still managing to run away. WS wants this kill to get the Dream Coil off, and Mac is gone. 2-0 so far as Jokam does manage to run away. In the side, Jackie facing up against Natsumi. Natsumi not feeling good about this. Does have the shard Boundless away. In fact, finds FBZ. Jackie still with the Aegis for a few more seconds. Might want to hold off on the kill opportunity here just a little bit longer. Force the Aegis to pop first. And it will expire. This is prime time for Talon. As Mikado smells blood in the water, but not going to dive too far beyond those tier 3s. And Talon, they're fragmenting these fights perfectly here, Mayu.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The way they kite the Abaddon is just really well. Like, they make sure that they jump someone else before the Abaddon, and then after that, they just...
Radiant's middle
They're
tower is
dissecting them one by one.
Yeah, it really feels like it's down to Jokam finding these hookshot angles, right? Like, they've been isolating out Mac. They've been forcing Tims to come in with the Blink trying to save Mac. The Boundless Strike timing was just a little bit too on point from Natsumi. And then, you know, the Abaddon's just playing tag with Mikado. It's like, it doesn't matter. Mikado can still dodge out from that one. So, it's a little bit awkward for Boom. We're not seeing the power that we were seeing earlier from FBZ with that crippling fear. He was definitely locking Mikado in. This Hurricane Pike has been enough to save Mikado from dodge. And 13 to 22, 22k lead. 1-3-2-2, as some meme connoisseurs would like to say. And for Boom, again, like, building into damage doesn't feel like the easiest feat. You've got tanky sides, as they will get the Hurricane Pike on Mikado. They'll still get the Silence up, though. Punch up into the air. Do they have enough? No! Crippling Fear fades away. He has a regen. Doesn't manage to go out, but the hook shot to save. Not quite in time for Jokam. Kill will come in. Another coming in as well with Jokam to fall.
mega kill.
And they find a double. Some good punishment out from Boom this time. So they instant TP down bot for FBZ. Saw Natsumi around the area. Might be able to collapse onto the monkey, but just a little bit too fast with the tree dance. And the Simian stride. But nonetheless, big pickups here for Boom. A 2.8k gold swing. 800 gold for Mac getting his sweet revenge. Have to be a bit cautious there, Mikado. Ah, Natsumi still spotted out. Still managed to jump in. He didn't manage to get the Boundless away. BKB, Wukong's just to stay alive. No backup from the rest of the team. Hurricane Pike out onto WS. Still looking for someone to focus in on. Does manage to pop the BKB, but gets bashed and punched up in the air. Can't get the roar out. We'll get it in the end, but Shard's trapped WS in. WS just left for dead. A tree down for Talon. Boom finds them one by one. The hell is going on here?
I guess
FBZ?
they just really found the angles first before Talon did.
Yeah, just a little bit of a
Yeah,
mistake.
it would. It would feel like. I think this game is just really who gets to find an angle first would most probably win the team fight because they'll start the fight in their condition.
No, it's more that Talon's kind of split apart as well.
Dyer's bottom
Like,
tower.
I get Mikado trying to be greedy on the puck.
I could do with more.
Does get punished nicely though this time around with the harpoon with Jackie around the area. Does feel like the puck mightn't really have to try for a defense of it. He's just going all in with the Octarine buildup. Natsumi as well. I don't know. His boundless went off, but he didn't manage to get the jump across with his short. I don't know if he didn't have it turned on. It looked like he could have escaped into a better position there, but he couldn't. I don't know if he got stunned as well right as he's about to jump out. I know there's a very specific stun timing that you can just stop the Monkey King from jumping
When he
across with
went for
boundless.
when he went for the jump down, I forgot what it's called.
The tree dance. Oh, the primal spring.
The third one, primal spring. If I recall correctly, just he committed the ult. He jumped to the tree, committed
No,
the ult, and
it was
then
before that.
he.
When he
Oh,
was caught out
before that?
first, he had boundless ready. He boundlessed out. It looked like he didn't toggle it on because he boundlessed as he was being jumped. I don't know if he was stunned as he was boundless trying to jump. Like that timing's very specific. I know it's somewhat interruptible. So I think he just caught. I think he did get stunned for a moment, perhaps, or he just didn't toggle it on. Either way, very good timing out from Boom. 16k lead still standing for Talon, but you are seeing a couple of holes that the side of Boom Esports can abuse here, at the very least. BKB up for Mac, feeling a little bit more secure now on that invo. Things are starting to line up. Next Roshan, 20 seconds away. Talon not willing to give this one out, but Boom are running down here with a smoke. They've got Dark Ascension ready here. Talon going for the smoke as well. Now it's just down to who can find that angle first. If they can find Mac first, that could be big. Instead, FBZ, silenced up. Found us out. Hurricane Pike out. Roar out onto Mac. This is the prime target they've been looking for. Wukongs will fly on. They'll find that kill. Jackie forced to borrow time already. And the rest, oh, great kickback with the cogs. Jackie's left for dead. Forward for nothing. As Mikado gets everything for himself. Can't get the bonus on Tim's. But boy, oh boy, Talon. When it comes down, when both sides start to run into each other, it feels like Talon has that edge.
Feel like it. They do have like 20k gold lead when that fight happened.
That is
around
true.
18 to 20.
That
At
is
the same
true.
time, like they do have the damage. Like Monkey will deliver once the team fight starts. Like,
does.
but Boom, it just feels like they lack team fight potential. Like, yeah, NS Venomancer is like really strong, but in the end, it's always just a single target thing. All of them are just very good at singling a hero down, but not really control a team fight pace.
Yeah. No, that is fair. That is something they are lacking on the side of Boom. Feels like all of that pressure is on Mac, and when Mac is targeted first with a roar, and there's not much you can really hope from the Invoker for the team fight here. Roshan gets started here for the side of Talon. With a butterfly and Natsumi, this does not take too long to get done. Talon will find that secondary life with Cheese, the Roche Banner, and Refresh Shard as well. Double roar for WS is going to feel nice if they'll hand it that way. In fact, no, Natsumi gets his double BKB usage out. With double Wukongs as need be. Instant lines drawn up top. Mikado, he's got that full Octarine up. The side of Boom, I mean, they're working towards the MKB on Jackie because of the butterfly being up. Needs a way to pierce that evasion. FBZ, looking for a Satanic, looking for durability up front. And Mac just looking for a Sight of Vice for control. Tim's still trying for that Ags now. You can find that with a kickback. It opens up some potential here for the side of Boom. Amp damage up for Natsumi. And with this Aegis, they should be looking for the high ground once more. Looking to scout forward. Blair connects. Thunder God's Rat as well. Jocam gets a good angle. Finds two again. Isolating Jackie this time. But it's free reign for Mac. Can he get anything done? Jackie's starting to regain some HP in the Wukongs. Still trapped in those cogs. Will be able to blink away. They only lose one, even FBZ surviving for the moment. So not able to get the cleanup damage just yet, but they'll find Johnny well. So the Night Stalker does survive.
Temporary and vulnerable.
We'll be able to TP back home. But you've lost 2 supports that have been doing a lot of work.
Middle tower.
You don't have that Noxious Plague. You don't have the Snowball. And down comes Talon for another set of racks. 16 to 28, 33k lead for Talon.
Radiants will need all the luck they can get without their middle racks.
That is too much. Like, if you're playing a lineup like what Boom is playing, you really want to be at least be even to get the upper hand. But, like, there's really not much they can do.
Oh, Mikado.
Oh?
Force the buyback out in Tim's. They almost catch out Mikado, but they don't manage to really clean him up. No pile over through there for Jackie. Natsumi again, not boundlessing away. It looks like he's forgetting to toggle. I'm actually checking now. It doesn't look like he toggles it on. Will he still be able to take the racks? Natsumi still has Aegis. Did he toggle it on?
Did
he get micro stunned then?
Control. He uses control to toggle.
Okay. You start. They will kill off Tim's for the dieback, and that should be the good game. Called by Jackie. Pause 1 Abaddon. Not quite the game for it this time around. A little bit surprised because Abaddon has been a top tier pick, but mainly in the offlane. I think this flex onto 1, it's very circumstantial. Certainly not the circumstances this time around, Mayu and Talon. Do you manage to force it back into best of 1? Back into a best of 1, 2 games up for Talon now. If you're Boom Esports, what are you looking to change up here into game number 4, Mayu?
I'm really not sure. I just got here, but I think they just need a better draft, or maybe not a better draft. Like, I'm not sure what happened in the early game, but I'm pretty sure they should be winning early game against Talon. Like, they have an NS, they have an Invoker, they just have better power spikes from them in early on. Like, when Tusk gets 6, they just have really good pick-off potential early on, and I'm pretty sure they played it well, but I'm really not sure what happened. What happened in the early game anyways?
It was very even. It was a very quiet early game. I think WS was maybe getting a little bit too much. Yeah, you can see 10 minutes is fairly even. Network breakdown at 10. Relatively even across the board. Maybe a really rough lane for FBZ, actually. FBZ and Mac. I think their side lanes didn't do too well. One side lane in mid. Only Jackie had a decent time in his lane, but even then, WS found a kill on him early on. So, yeah, I feel like I'm on the same path as you. I think the early game has to be improved. Mind you, game 1 was where Talon had an atrocious early game. Like, they pretty much lost out almost. Felt like, and they bounced back once 25 minutes came in. So both things have happened here for Boom. Talon has the edge. We'll see if Boom can figure things out and force us into game 5 as we approach game 4 with Talon taking the edge. 2-1 right now. And, well, what a series so far. Been seeing some great stuff. We'll see if we can find more in a short time, as we'll take a short break for that next game.
get out of my head. I'm losing the bet. Trying to tell you that I'm losing my mind. Baby, that is half the time. We're running in circles, I swear, but that is alright, we will get home again. It's all alright. Just turn and smile. Try to calm down. Take a deep breath. Let it come down. It's all alright. Just try to smile. Try to calm down. Take a deep breath. You're just run down. Yeah. I didn't think that I'd make these songs with vocals. Thought they would be instruments for my own home. I was wrong. I thought that I would make a coffee in the morning. Then I caught the bus. Now I'm late as trying to tell you that I'm losing my mind. Baby, that is half the time. It's all alright. Just turn and smile. Try to calm down. Take a deep breath. Let it come down. It's all alright. Just try to smile. Try to calm down. Take a deep breath. You're just run down.
All right,
10
guys.
seconds remaining.
We are back. Mayu has gone out for lunch, so it is just us right now. I can turn off this Discasters, actually. Game number 4 in our best of 5. Boom Esports did take game 2 away, but Talon
10
swept
seconds
back in
remaining.
game 3. Striking back in very strong
Radiant's
form
turn to
here.
ban.
We'll have to see what happens here in game
Radiant's
number 4. If Talon can close it out, or if Boom can still rally and force us into game 5. We'll have to find out here. Also, chat, this
10
doesn't have a
seconds
microphone,
left.
chat. This is so cool. But I think the microphone quality is pretty bad.
5
so
seconds, boss.
I would use this for streaming, honestly. It's just, I think the mic quality is not good.
Dyer's turn to ban.
Do you get the bans here? Nyx Assassin along with Doom, Darkseer,
10
and
seconds
Alchemist being
left.
banned out by the side of Talon. Boom Esports for their part taking care of that
5 seconds
Bounty
remaining.
Hunter and Terrorblade. So what is it? What will it be to be banned out? Lena's still left in the pool. If Boom Esports want to go back into that one,
Dyer's choice.
ban out the Batrider. They leave the Clockwork in. They leave the Phoenix in this time. We'll take the Lena. All right, so the Lena comes out. Not a lot of great laners against Lena, but again, Puck is there.
Dyer's turn to ban.
Monkey King. TA is the call. Wow. Mikado really bullied out Mac last time when his TA came out. So I don't mind this. I think I'm a believer of seeing that coming out. I'm a very, very big believer
10 seconds remaining.
of seeing that TA. It feels very, very good for Mikado to play.
5 seconds, boss.
We'll see what the rest of the bans will be
Dyer's
like.
ban.
Boom Esports ban out the Lycan as they're forced to. Dawnbreaker's still there.
Radiant's turn to ban.
And they'll ban out the Phoenix. So they leave the Dawnbreaker. They prioritize the Phoenix ban out, considering what Talon can do with that hero. Clockwork's still in the pool here as well. So a lot of good priorities for Talon on first. Talon, for their part, what do you want ban out? You want ban out the Naga Siren again?
10 seconds left.
Tusk?
Radiant's choice.
Yeah, it's going to be the
Dyer's
Naga
choice.
ban, and they'll pick up the Abaddon themselves. That was left in the pool, and this is a good one for WS. We've seen this boy pop off with that Abaddon pick. I like seeing this coming out for him. I'm a big fan of the WS ABBA. I think it is a really good hero to see.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious to see what the priority is from Boom. Clockwork still up in the pool. You do have that same, whatchamacallit? Tusk in there as well. Clockwork is the priority. So did you go for that little pickup?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
And again, Tusk is in the pool if they want that here on the side of Boom. Let's see what they'll snag away for themselves here. The Tusk. Still available. Have a ton of ways they can go around with this one.
Radiant's back.
Go with a Pugna pickup as well. Rather interesting one. Kind of annoying for the TA, to be fair. So you do have that going for you here. Gonna be a bit of a nuisance for
10 seconds
Mikado
left.
overall. And even the Abaddon to an extent, right?
5 seconds, boss.
So you have that going here. What are you going to do on Talon's end? No clockwork option. There is Zeus. Zeus into Pugna can be a little bit annoying, though. Tuscan Abaddon sounds pretty good. Wouldn't be too bad. So I think you could go that route here. On the side of Talon. Lifesteal I'm not a big fan of as a pickup. We'll go with a Ricky pickup first, which honestly is not bad. Jumping Pugna, heck, even jumping Lena is going to be nice here. Jack Soriano, shout out to you, Kejalon. I don't know if that's a naughty thing.
10 seconds
I don't know if
remaining.
you're baiting me here. Hopefully not.
5 seconds.
Talon,
remaining.
next pickup. So we've got the support Ricky on hand. We don't have the Bounty Hunter, but what do you want here on Talon's end? I mean, there's still flex potential for the ABBA, and it's a Gyrocopter pickup. Leaves you wondering, are we getting an Abaddon support for Cuckoo? Probably not. I think that's a key thing. Probably not. Are we getting a Gyrocopter support for Cuckoo? Maybe.
10 seconds left.
But it does look like a decent Gyro core game. So I don't mind that whatsoever. Side of Boom Esports, what are you going to go for here? Should be a core pickup now. Maybe our FBZ hero, maybe our Jackie hero early. Damon Nero. Hi John, maayong hapon. Happy Hearts Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you all as well, as we will get the Dawnbreaker coming in. So that's been kind of ignored for a lot of this day, but do get the Dawnbreaker out. Let me know if the music's just right or if it's too loud. I do like that here. I think there's a lot of potential for Boom, like hook shot into Solar Guardian looks pretty damn
10
good.
seconds left.
You've got a lot of room to ban out, like Boom Esports are actually banning out supports. Ban out the Zeus. Talon for their part. Looking to ban out Pause 1s. Jackie Heroes left. Dusa's there. PA's there. And yeah, there you go. There's the Dusa ban. Are you going to ban out PA? Lifestealer?
Don't worry, Pritchard's already on it.
Bloodseeker, perhaps? Those are like all of the top options I see here that are left.
Seconds remaining. There we go. 5 seconds, boss.
Taking their time in the span for Talon. Digging into that reserve time that they have a lot of. Kicks Dota. Hi, John. Please shout out to my friend Kirk. Shout out to Kirk from Kicks Dota. There you go. Do you see the Morphling being banned out? So that does leave the PA and Lifestealer on hand here for the side of Jackie. I guess there's a Terrorblade core as well. No, that was banned out by Boom. So Lifestealer PA. DK as well.
10 seconds left. Dire's bit.
DK as well. It's left. They ban out the Venomancer and Boom will go with a Magnus. So what are we doing? Getting a Jackie Mag going here. That's some teamfight connection. It looks very nice with Wukong. RP plus Solar Guardian coming in. Talon, what are you going for? Why are you last picking the Cuckoo hero?
10 seconds
Juniski, I do some Tagalog casting when I'm asked to do so. Like some of the Predator stuff, I do Tagalog casts as requested. So yes, we can, but I don't tend to. Talon, last pick here. What are we going for? Should be a Cuckoo hero. Unless you could do something weird like Cuckoo Ricky. And then you're on like a Jokam, I don't know, Magnus. A Lion doesn't look bad here, but Lion Tapugna is also slightly awkward with the Clockwork on hand as well. I don't mind this Lich idea you have, Jack Soriano. I think it's alright, but the Gyrocopter lane's maybe not ideal. It's not something that plays with Frost Armor the best. Honestly, I feel like you want counterplay for Magnus. Lion's probably your best bet. Shadow Shaman wouldn't be too bad. They're taking their time here in Talon's End. Have to see what they're up to. Go with the Ogre Magi. So there is a steroid left for our Gyrocopter. And I don't mind that too much. Phil Fabellion? Phil Fabelon? Shout out, sir. Watching from New Zealand. Shout out to you. Thanks for tuning in. Darkseer Hernandez. Idiot Mike. Is my microphone bad? Marloni. I'd really love if you get Mike LaPhoenix. Love you, duo. I would love to have him too. But again, he has 2 kids. Am I going to ask Mike LaPhoenix with 2 kids to cast for free when he could be doing something else? I think he'd rather be with his kids. You know, they're raising the kids up, helping around the house. 2 kids is chaotic. Age 1 and 2. Age 2 and turning 1 in like a few months. So yeah, in like a year, I guess. But yeah, overall with this draft, a rather interesting one. You get the Jokam Ricky. The Ricky Abaddon lane is probably the weakest part about this draft on Talon. So I'm keen on seeing how much they can get out of that. Of course, you're just going to be running a learning curve on Ogre Magi, so level 1 is going to be atrocious. Cholanges, we are on a 15-minute Dota TV delay. Batonton, no date for today. No date. But yeah. Gonna be an interesting one. Again, I think Mac has to be able to do a little bit better here on mid up against Mikado's TA, because the last time we saw this matchup, it was a rundown for Mikado. Mikado just won. Period. Full stop. Mikado just won. Like, that is it. Is C playing Morph at all? Yes, they are. Puta Fefe. John, please shout out my kids' names. Nico, Sven, Yori, and Dirge. Salamat Moe Power. Yes, Moe Power. Kawaii Kyun. I guess. I don't know. Is this... How do I make this hard? There you go. Alright, we'll get into that game number 4 soon. As we do get launched in. Again, draft-wise, I think it's a little bit interesting what we've cooked up here on both ends. As we do get the pause and Cuckoo disconnects already. That is to be expected now, I guess. But yeah, I do like the potential of this team fight from Boom. It looks pretty good. We're going to RP Solar Guardian. Sounds really sick. But I'm worried about lane matchups. I'm worried about Mikado running away with his mid lane matchup. You know, like, why is my reactive not working? There we go. Hello. Oh, my Discord's not working then.
Hey, looks pretty
Hello.
good.
All right. Yeah, I'm worried about these mid lane matchups. I Dota your milkshake. Shout out my son Pudge the Butcher. God bless you for having Pudge as your son. Could be worse. You could have actually named your kid Superman bin Batman bin Superman. That's a real name in Singapore. You have the go-ahead for the game, so we'll head back into it right now. Kill the music. Into this one. Could be the last one. Am I comparing to Singapore? Or am I coming to Singapore anytime soon? Nah, not really. Sorry. I've stayed there for 8 years. I do miss it sometimes, though. I actually really do miss it. Like, I miss taking the MRT. I miss being able to walk to places from the MRT, take a bus. Like, commuting is probably the one thing you'd miss from Singapore. Out of everything, I think, legitimately. I think if I had a commute system like that in the Philippines, I wouldn't give a shit about corruption. I wouldn't give a shit about anything. As long as you can get to where I need to be without going through a sea of people, of cars, in EDSA, or wherever the hell you are, I would accept anything. Smoke broken from Talon,
30
long
seconds
flank
till
round
go
from
time.
Boom, and Talon will back off. This is a lousy level 1. Again, you have learning curve on Cuckoo. You really don't do anything here. So they're going to surrender the bot set or runes. Mikado's still hanging around this area. Be a little bit frisky, but going to go for the 1-for-1. WS already hanging up top. Andrew Shuai. I'm heading down to Kuala Lumpur. I'm not sure when. I don't know if I'm going anytime soon. Come to Cambodia for a good time, Monzan.
May the best team win.
I've never been. I'd love to go visit the historical sites, as it is a 2-for-2. Get the flashbang out from FBZ.
Get to position.
We'll just get into it. A little bit of a tri-lane start. Just looking to block the creeps here, FBZ. Natsumi's not going to be able to get that same blocks, of course, across, as he is body blocked by John Yuel. So a lot of resources to ensure Natsumi doesn't have a great lane, as Gyrocopter into Dawnbreaker, I think, is actually fairly okay for Gyrocopter. They're just making sure the creep wave will shove out. Natsumi is still fine with CS, though. And that's, I guess, fine. He finds even one deny. And Kuku will find one last for himself. So this lane, again, a little bit slower for the side of Boom. Level 3, maybe you could start to play, but I don't see it being the best aggressive lane for the Dawnbreaker. Double melee lane into Gyrocopter is also awkward, especially as Kuku starts to approach that level 3 mark, or level 2 mark at the very least. And then things start to get spicy. We'll check back in as the levels build up. Mid lane matchup, Mikado up against Mac. Looks like Mac's a little bit more ready this time for the TA matchup. Is keeping up in CS to an extent. Although Mikado is getting some denies off again. And getting some good side blade sit-offs. Have to watch for that on Mac. Again, last time we saw this matchup, it was pretty atrocious. Not much really changed outside of the mindset. Mac's got to be ready for this one. Up top, some skirmishes already. You do have that Abaddon off lane of WS. Up against Jackie and Zhao. And of course, we've got Jokam helping around on the Ricky. No pulls coming in from Jokam, rather interestingly. I didn't expect him to actually sit in lane, because this achieves nothing. Ricky doesn't really give you much in lane. That is its main issue. So, not sure what you're really expecting here. They don't manage to get the sentry ward, as Jokams gets deleted first. Good heads up. Awareness from Zhao. We're seeing mid lane already double up again. Mikado just running away with this one once more. At least Mac has water runes for himself, but Mikado does as well. It really does feel like maybe you have to go burn. That steady burn on the TA matchup. That DOT can put in the work needed to actually make the refraction feel useless. Like every time Dragon saves in, Mikado just refracts. And he's fine in that lane. 8 CS ahead on mid. A little bit of a repeat of what we saw in game 2. Have to see if Boom can kind of try to carry through with it a little bit better. Bot lane for Natsumi looking smooth as well. Have that level 2 up in Kuku. So the level 2 Ignite up. Fairly annoying for the heroes on the side of Boom Esports to contend with. And you are farming for Storm. A bit of a rougher time for FBZ. Every time he walks up, of course, he's going to get flacked down. It's a Rocket Barrage ready to go as well if you overstep your bounds. And you do have the Afterburner up. Top, WS does get poked out a little bit. There is skewer back plays here, but killing off an Abaddon is also very optimistic. You're really not getting that. I think the biggest weakness right now for Talon is this Ricky pick. Like, Jokam can't really do much. Which, again, he is a Ricky, so I don't think you really expect him to do much anyway, but I don't know what you're expecting to do in lane. Probably nothing. Just soak EXP, scout out, help runes. Natsumi again, not really feeling contested by FBZ. Same thing kind of goes for Jackie, but you have a much more reasonable time here for WS, all things considered, and he has an excuse. He has a support that does nothing. Camp gonna help. Already got one Water Rune. They already got Water Rune, so I'm not sure what he'll help with. It's been very quiet in these games. This First Blood will eventually go for Natsumi. Tips out onto FBZ from Natsumi as well. Again, Natsumi was on Boom, so he also knows FBZ here. So it's all in good jest. And like we were saying, a little bit slower. I mean, First Blood comes in, but that's at 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes. Both sides just very focused on working their lanes, getting that farm. Early Orb of Corrosion already up for WS, so that extra armor and attack speed does feel pretty damn good. Healing reduction can be nice as well. Mid lane though, bullying out on Mac. Cho'Camp's jumping in with slow to get the blood grenade off as well, and one tiny hit is all it takes. Mikado will find it. Does have the refraction ready. Refraction ready. And a good dive out. This time just the blink strike slow. Setting up for Mikado to clean up. And that forces out Tim's into this lane. So freeing up the bot lane entirely. FBZ has no backup. The Dawnbreaker isn't having the best of times. Neither is our Abaddon. And Natsumi's actually just looking for him. Rocket Barrage is flying in, but not really able to get the longest duration in that one. We'll just go back to farm. Top lane, still a bit of a slow go for WS. Much better for Jackie overall. Going for the Echo Saber build up on her mag, so trying to go for that. I know that big beefy right clicker. Woody Empower once it's up. Still keeping track on mid. Cho'Cam just constantly showing up here. On the side though, they do kill off Cuckoo. Kill off that pesky Ogre Magi. As he's trying to scout around. Natsumi's nowhere near there, so no threat onto him, but he should be aware there's maybe a couple of extra heroes. One extra hero here. He does overstep, but not quite. Zhao works his way back to top, looking for some pulls. WS is still finding EXP. Same thing goes, well, not really the same thing going for FBZ. He is dragged under tower. WS just actually manning through. Does have the aquatic shield and they'll find a kill. WS will fall, but they find Jackie first. 2 blink strikes ready here on Cho'Cam if he wants to try on to Zhao. Looks like he did, but the prep is going to be back up. Mid lane, they're still bullying out here as Mikado. Let's check that CS again. 46 to 12, 10 CS ahead, so it's not as complete of a washout here. And you are still having a great old time for Mikado on mid, and it doesn't feel like Mikado's been challenged at all by Mac in most of these matchups. Which is rough to say. Like, Mac's an excellent mid, but Mikado does feel like a tier above. You know, he dances toe-to-toe with Quinn, Nisha, so
top tower is under attack.
that's the level of mid you're dealing with. Hear me out. We combine NA and C into one qualifier with 3 slots. I would take that. I would actually take that. I think that's exciting. You get 1 extra slot. Let's say, ideally, you get 1 NA, SA, 1 NA, 1 C, and then one of these regions get a bonus. I think that's cool. The issue is ping, but that would be hilarious. As this is hilarious as well. Not quite for Mac. Does manage to get the Laguna off onto Cho'Cam. A blink strike away. They're looking for that kill onto the Ricky Mikado now. Maybe a little bit too far forward to try to help that Ricky out. Solar Guardian is in. We'll get the disarm out as well with the decrep, and Mikado could be dead. Is dead. We'll kill off Jackie though while they've left him alone. And Cuckoo never makes it into the area. So you trade away Mikado, very important kill for some activity out on Mac.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cho'Cam getting a little bit too frisky, man. Not sure what that was about, but killing off Jackie is a big break. So you keep this Magnus down. You're feeding the Selena back up. but you are accelerating Natsumi and WS, which is the kind of exchange that you're usually happy with on Talon. This time Natsumi number 1 in net worth.
Looking so great.
Going for those drums up here. Ow.
Dyer's mid towers are looking so great.
And there you go, drums up. Mikado just back to sieging onto mid. Mac has evened out the game a little bit. I mean, you still have his lead on Mikado. But he gets to start sieging. Level 1 Bloodlust up. Tim's watching from the side. Doesn't have hookshot ready. Only the cogs and battery assault. Does have the slows at the very least. Mid tier 1 is still set to fall though. Mikado should just be able to get that. A lot of space out for Natsumi. Room out for WS as well to just farm. Trying to come in. They get the drain off onto Mikado.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Refraction doesn't melt from that as it is consistent damage. But amp damage rune will come in. Mikado has his bottle topped up, and WS will also show up now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower
And
is
tier 1 mid gone.
Dyer's
4-3, Talon with a 3k lead. Starting to collapse a little bit here. Jackie has 6, did not opt for RP. Opted for Empower to get that farm game going. And they're just kind of chilling. Eventually, they'll hit level 6 on Jokam. You need some room for Mikado to get into that Blink Dagger. They did clear out some camps, but you do have better stacks here on the side of Boom on those Ancients.
There it goes.
The issue is clearing. That's only really for Jackie, maybe Mac. Speaking of Jackie, one part away from the Echo Saber now. He's going to be able to apply some damage and be tanky enough up front there. Once that is up and running. Mac has his travels. He can show up to any of these fights if they do break out. But for the most part, I think you're in comfy game state for both sides. Like, yeah, WS this time is lagging a bit behind, but his lagging behind is equal to all the net worth of Boom Esports cores. So I don't know if you're really behind too much. It's just that Natsumi and Mikado have pulled ahead. This Gyrocopter build, rather interesting one. Lots of mid-game items. So drums, Falcon Blade, Dragonlance next. No Ags Rush here. Level 6 up on Jokam, which means he can start to scout around.
Do it with flair.
You spot out the stacks. And Natsumi will clear them. In fact, they don't even stack because Tim's walks around a little bit weird. Candy cleared out. Pinks are coming in. The rest of Boom want to fight over these stacks. Smokes are broken. Dust does connect onto Jokam.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Amp damage in Mikado, though. Chances are you're just going to have to give this away to this TA and Gyro. And yeah, it's just going to go. Nice free farm coming in for Talon to steal away. Trying to stall with Cogs. Laguna is dodged by Jokam on a beautiful Tricks of the Trade. And that's all she wrote. 4k gold swing now off the back of those stacks being taken. Jokam getting that timing just right in the tricks. Sneaking up onto Mac. No one to really follow him here for a kill attempt. Said a tier 1 bot for Talon to take.
Dyer's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
KMAD Gaming, thank you very much.
Their tower's gone.
Hopefully we will.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
The Ancients being taken as well by Natsumi. All the stacks are going to Talon. Thanking Boom for their effort.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
That's Dragonlance coming out now for Natsumi. Very high tempo Gyrocopter build. Diffusal for Jokam, only the recipe away actually. Very nice timing on him considering a little bit of a slower game.
Radiant's middle tower.
Mikado Dragonlance on its way. Opted for the Blink first this game. Wanted to go in and out a little bit better. Get out of dodge. And WS and his Echo Saber still a ways off, but almost done. Meanwhile, Jackie has his Echo Saber up, going for the Blink and to the Manta. Again, Mac just working into Ags, so he's not rushing Shard first, I don't think. Should be able to work into Ags first, which is a better tone overall compared to that Game 2, which, again, was an atrocious start, but ended up as a win for the side of Boom. FBZ wants him to move into the triangle. Play down bot.
Radiant's bottom tower is in
He
trouble.
is ready with that Solar Guardian. Going for the Blade Mail first into the Ags. Mikado just defending that tier 1 bot. And everyone again just focused on farm. I feel like this farm game really favors... I don't know, I can't say Talon straight up. Because you've got this X factor of the blink timing on Jackie, although he is going back for Harpoon instead into Yasha. But you have this Magnus X factor, you've got this big spike for Mac. I think as it approaches, the earlier spikes of Boom are online a little bit faster. Right, Blade Mail coming in now for FBZ. Into the Axe timing as they do try to get a catch onto Jokam, but he just manages to blink strike away. Our pesky Ricky lives, and the Diffusal is flying out. There you go. Infusal timing at the ready. Tim's does have a hook shot ready as well. Mikado again just farming bot. Dragonlance up. Desolator probably next as they are starting to collapse in. Playing into Talon's vision. See them walking up onto their triangle. Will they really want to pierce this area though? Yes, they will. Jokam wants to get this nice simple kill onto Xiao. Does get the juke trap off, but Mikado will clean up instead. They'll kill off Jokam this time around. A bigger trade out for the side of Boom. By the numbers. 253 for 529 with all of that assist gold.
Where's my pension?
You do get something more for your effort here on Boom. But Talon, again, we're happy enough to just play this farm game. Natsumi is going back for his Ags now. 2 parts away in terms of gold. Harpoon for WS is coming online, which is the recipe off. WS is confident enough to just stand here by himself. I mean, again, once you get the X Factor up in Jackie, and he's got the Harpoon, but it does feel like you'd want the blink on top. You're very reliant right now on pretty much just the hook shots on Tim's. Trying to get things going for you here on the side of Boom. Top pinks are coming out for Jackie. Starting to collapse in with Cuckoo as well. Do manage to skewer Jokam actually. Need to make a move now, but they will, except it's just a little bit too late. Movement was just a bit too slow. And they don't manage to really get a clip onto the mag. Smoke out though. Boom Esports are scanned out. They know something's up. Jokam will break that smoke. Instantly try to bail out. Get to Diffusal out onto Tim's. Call down is there. Stunts are out. Just steady magic damage coming in. John Yuel might be the sacrificial lamb instead, and he will be. Mikado on the hunt. Aggressive blink forward onto Tim's. Who already hook shot away. Double for Mikado. Jackie? It's an interesting spot. Silent stun is there. And now Jackie's just trying to make his way out of the smoke, but his body blocked off. Not going to be able to RP. Triple kill for Mikado. 3 for nil as the top tier 2 now is set to fall.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
What is that? A TP cancellation? No.
Radiant's
Did get
bottom
one
tower is
TP.
looking so great.
That was just Jokam trying to fix out mid. We'll find a tier 2 and into the Roche they go. I love this build up in Mikado. Straight shard coming in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So he's got the silence up. This is going to be painful for Mac if he's not careful.
Radiant's
They're
bottom
all going
tower
across
is
the
in
gate. They want to force this fight first. There are wards here from the side of Boom. They would be aware, but Talon doesn't go through. You said again, just go for the Roshan. No one defending that bot tier 1. free gold given away. But they'll take ages for it on Talon's end. Boom not in the area to contest. That's going to be a secondary life on Mikado. Even behind a fairy fire.
Radiant's bottom tower
Arcane
is under
rune
attack.
given to Mikado as well. And this is him with a shard up. Desolator, about 1,000 gold
Radiant's lost their
away.
bottom tower.
Jao will clean up bot, and he does get his arcane boots off of that 20 minutes in. So it is a slow, a very painful and slow process for Jao, but such is his duty right now. 2 parts away left for FBZ into the Ags. As they'll smoke with Mikado and Jokam. See if they find an angle in. Dragging Kuku along as well.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
LES will present himself as the bait. As the rest are smoked in front of him. Mikado just running in. Don't manage to get the silence off, but the blink there's there for Mikado away from the harpoon. Trying to look for a kill. Laguna Blade does fly out, and Mikado is starting to drop low. Refraction does turn on. Hookshot, hold him back, but it's not enough. FBZ, Solar Guardian out, will get the stun onto 1. Kuku will fall. FBZ does live, but not for long, as Jokam does manage to get the blink forward. Still the RP onto 2. WS doesn't have borrowed time. And now Aegis was expended as well. Natsumi stuck in no man's land. Doesn't have life to speak of. And Talon throws a little bit. Talon, what is this? They don't manage to find a big kills. 3, 4 for 1. 5 for 1 if you want to count the Aegis. A full wipe from Talon and a 3k gold swing back for Boom. Talon getting reckless again. And this is how they lost game 2 almost. It was a little bit more dire in game 2 for sure, but you have to be cautious. Just because you've got this Ags and Natsumi doesn't mean you can just rush in like that. No lifesteal, no Daedalus up, even a Crystallis. The crit stick not even in there yet. WS, borrowed time fades away, and he's just kind of dead as well. Mikado doesn't have the Deso for insta-burst. Very constrained area to be fighting in. Kuku is overextended as well. And Boom find punishment. They keep themselves in this game. 10-8. 3k lead for Talon still up. But Boom have the potential, with a couple more fights like that, to make this game theirs. And Talon have to be so cautious. You're 1 game away into getting your ticket into Wallachia.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
You don't want to throw that away. Deso up in Mikado. Timing is good. Next Roche, 5-minute timer still until we see when it's back up. Meanwhile, Mac has fully caught up. Top network for his team. Ags up, Shard up, Travels. Ags up now for FBZ as well. So the Solar Guardian's going to be causing you a lot of issues here in these team fights for Talon.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Jackie working into his BKB now. FBZ again, fresh Ags up. Could go for BKB next as well. Maybe some utility, maybe a Shivas, some AC. Wouldn't be too bad. Smoke out from Boom. This could be nasty. WS is presenting himself up front. Harpoon is there. The instant silence, though, from Jokam to protect. Does prevent any skewer back plays. That's Boom's smoke sort of wasted. Are making moves onto the tier 1 mid. Jao will just show and break the smoke, and eventually just nether blast this away. And Talon, I mean, there's really nothing to find top. They're avoiding fights like it's a plague right now until some utility comes in. 4-staff for Kuku, a Hurricane Pike for Mikado, and even a Hurricane Pike for Natsumi. They just want ways to bail out from these awkward positions, which is fair enough. We'll need some time to farm up.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Bot tier 2 slowly being poked with creeps as well. No one to farm up. And we have a pause. Another pause coming in. And another go in ready, just thrown out like
Get
that.
out there and win this thing.
Right as they play music here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
A quick
attack.
pause and unpause as Talon will smoke. Not quite spotted by the ward, but could be broken by Tims. Excellently done by Tims. He'll just TP away. And now Talon smoke also amounts to nothing. Just wait for these hurricane pikes to be in. Maybe you start to have some more security once that's done, Mikado. Almost there. Just lacking the hurricane pike recipe gold now. Amp damage rune spotted out by Mac. Happy days for Arlena. 6k lead does present itself again for Talon. WS again, bottom upward core, but he is matching FBZ slightly ahead of him and is just barely behind Jackie. Going for a nullifier next to ensure they can get these kills.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Maybe wait for that next rush. 2.5 minutes until the timer. You have the TA on your side here for Talon. You're always aware of when a rush is going to be back up. Double hurricane pikes do get assembled up. Ugh. Glimmer Abaddon is not bad. Like this is a top tier core item now. And it's so fucking annoying that it is. Because it's gonna be nerfed. It's gonna be nerfed. And sports won't have a great time.
Under attack.
Cuckoo is gonna be the target. They do manage to harpoon, but he has a force staff out of the cogs. Gets a stun as well. Is he going to put the shield on? Yes, he does, but it's not enough to save. Takes a little bit more effort than you'd want, but it's a 5-man for the Ogre. Overall, Talon, you don't really care about that one.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Top is just being sieged by the creeps from it being constantly shoved in by Mikoto. Roshan, still a minute and a half until we see when it's back up. Amp damage popped by Mikoto. Or no, popped by Lena, Mac. And it will find a mid-tier one.
Tower is down for the count.
Nether blasted, out for the count. Talon, meanwhile, are just hugging this top jungle. So many wards, so many traps everywhere.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Bot being shoved in. I mean, both sides are just hugging across the river. There's that BKB up for Jackie. Could cause some issues. Scan does spawn out. It really doesn't lead to much here. Slow and steady farm. Crit stick for Natsumi, not too far off. He can disassemble the Falcon Blade for some parts, actually, if he wanted. And he won't. He'll just buy it out. Smoke out from Boom again. And they are raking it back into this game. Ace in the hole is that RP. Is this Jackie Magnus? There's a lot to be concerned about here on Talon. Just a blink RP onto one will burst down a core. This assembly play on the drums to have full charges again. And Roshan will see in a few seconds where it ends up. How long it ends up being. 1:17. Talon's going to be very well aware. Boom should also be aware. So they'll make their way over. Remaining seconds of the smoke. Keeping an eye on each other. Full E-Blade up now for Max. So his damage output is getting a little bit crazy. Gonna be able to melt faces if you're not Curedy and Talon. Again, for Talon, you haven't gone for BKBs. Only the Glimmer Cape and WS can really save you here. To get the skewer back onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo doesn't manage to force staff away. The E-Blade doesn't manage to kill him. Let's go as the Glimmer Cape does save for a moment. Now, Harpoon back onto Tims. Are they just going to be trading supports? Not even. WS is not able to get the chain control off. So 1-0 as the side of Talon. Really want this Roshan. Back. Maybe they do find. Solar Guardian does come in. That is the Ags upgrade as it starts moving around. Get the silence up from Jackie. RP onto 2. It's not Sumi stuck in the fire line. He's just dead. WS does pop the borrowed time, but for what? Forced to try to TP away. Will make it home. But now Roche is opening up for the side of Boom and Talon again. I don't understand any of this. Mikado! Oh my lord, on the edge in that one. They'll lose Roshan. And I think... feel like the game is slipping away from Talon again. We're going into game 5. If Talon don't start to clean their shit up, this is going into game 5, and boom, for their part, they've cleaned their shit up. We'll take Roshan. Jackie gets that RP we've been looking for all game. Secondary life up. Roche banner up now as well. And for Talon, I mean, you are just not ready. I mean, what are you guys doing without, like, BKBs? Yes, you're playing into Magnus. It feels awful. There's also a Lina here, guys. Alright, there's a Lina. There's a Pugna. There's a Magnus. There's a Clockwork. Okay, maybe the Clockwork's also an argument against BKB with a hook shot. But, yeah, I mean, you have to outplay them. And so far, it's easier said than done when you have to worry about LSA, when you have to worry about E-Blade. It looked good when Kuku managed to escape for a moment, but Glimmer Cape was not enough to save. The one Glimmer Cape was not enough to save. You have no auras, you have no pipe. Magic damage is always going to be relevant as they jump onto WES. Does have his ultimate ready at the very least, so he's going to be able to make his way out just fine. E-Blade timing is perfect. Hook shots, great from Tims, but still not able to find a kill. Solar Guardian is coming in though, and they're forced to run out. Kuku will be clipped, not quite. Force Staff is there. So the unmassing of Force Staffs are paying off. They've got one on Kuku, Hurricane Pike on Mikado, Hurricane Pike on Natsumi. They're going to get the Nullifier out in WS soon, and another Force Staff on Jokam. The lead has slipped away. 2k lead now for Talon, 11-11. The game evened out. 60% win probability now for Boom, as Talon has just slipped again. And Jackie and the Magnus is the big threat. Boom, though. Again, this is their game with their backs against the wall. This is their last shot if they don't find this one. So they're pumping it all out. Natsumi, though, inching closer towards his full Daedalus. You have the Nullifier up on Mikoto. He's going to be able to... Oh, well, he might die. Not quite. That's a trap will spot at the very least. Shiva's up now for FBZ. Even more magic damage to come in, especially if they manage to get that aura going as the LSA or as the Laguna Blade is ready. And a Yulet's out for Tims. More stalls for him. With the Nullifier, I think it might not be as big of an issue. Smoke from Boom, looking for the flank, drawing lines onto WS. TP's even coming in. WS will just TP away. Vision out from Tim's, not quick enough for a hook shot. And now Talon will try for his smoke out. Is that the full Daedalus done for Natsumi, or is he just going for the Satanic? Looks like he's just going for the Satanic. No, he's making up his mind. Daedalus into BKB then. They see Jackie. Talon have very awkward ways of starting these fights. Running cross all over the place. Outpost being taken by Tims. Goes Glimmer Cape to come in, and they'll get the Nullifier usage just to kill off Tims. Find that kill. Jokam does not manage to dodge Laguna this time. As maybe they find this life on Jackie, they will. In fact, they find more the kill on John Uel, and now Jackie going to be TPing, blinking away, skewering away as well. Nothing high mobility here from the side of Talon. So to take care of the Aegis, they find 2 support kills in exchange for Jokam. Not the worst thing in the world for Talon, also not too bad for Boom. Jackie gets to go back. He's got his Manta up. He didn't lose Mac. He does find that pick off, and he's working onto the BKB. And that was also the Nullifier reveal to just kill off the Clockwork and the Pugna. Not quite the ideal here for the side of Talon, but double Nullifiers are up. Full Daedalus now done on Natsumi, so the damage shouldn't be too much of an issue at this point. Just a matter of getting that full BKB up. Roche will see it back in around 3 minutes 40 when how long that respawn will be. And again, Talon has the TA. Go for the Tormentor first. Guard for WS. A little bit more damage for him on the miscoils. Instant smoke out from Talon. Which way can they go? Natsumi will just clear out a creep wave first. Tim's is not the target you want, but probably the target you'd find. Which is, again, the story of this game so far. And he'll just take it. Jokam does die for his hubris, as the rest of his team wasn't ready. And this is now a very awkward 4v5 because you need that smoke screen here. They're still posturing on Talon, having confidence come in and they'll kill off Tins. So Guardian will make this a slow kill. In fact, WS is the one that needs to pop that far time now. Stuck in the middle of no man's land. We'll find one. Laguna Blade out onto Natsumi with a close Glimmer Cape is enough. RP only onto one from Jackie. He'll call off Cuckoo. 14-14. Support's the only one to die, but big commitments coming out there from Boom. Not that Talon can capitalize without the supports on hand. 2K lead still up for Talon. BKB finally coming in for Mikoto. Still working on it again on Natsumi and WS. Going for the S and Y into a blink. So at the least with a blink, you'll have some way of going in and out of these fights. Still 2 minutes until see when Roshan respawns. Side of Vice being worked on by Mech. Again, been very effective with even just the threat of the BKB. Jackie's BKB only down to 8 seconds. Only one use in that last fight. Smoke out from Boom. Again, it's so much easier for Boom to start these fights. You've RP, you've got Hookshot, you've got the follow through from Solar Guardian. Talon's team fight's really not there. At least in terms of control. Like, you've got Call Down. And that's really your only team fight spell. So it's all about trying to style on. Jokam could be the easy pick in here. Sentries are dropped. Jokam does manage to get the dust. Will try to jump out, but the cogs bounce him around and we'll find that kill on Mac. Talon, can you do anything off the back of this? No. Fuku's going for a Midas, so he wants to scale. Mikado's stuck in the middle of nowhere. Don't have level 20 yet on Tim, so you don't have to deal with the rocket flares finding invisible units and things just yet. FGC finds him a very nice arcane rune.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BKB up for Natsumi is one start. And BKB up for
Radiant's top
Mikoto
tower
is
in
another
trouble.
start.
Radiant's top tower
You
is
do have
down.
that. The question is that enough? Quick blink. Whoa, that's funky. WS blinked away, but a Harpoon's still connected. Now he gets a Harpoon out. Borrowed time will be popped on. They're trapped in the cogs. Not able to really find the angle to get the Nullifier out on Tim's, but hook shot away to safety. Does save the day. Pretty funky, WS. Blinks as the Harpoon comes in. Gets dragged back anyhow. Timing from the skewer back from Jackie just off. Talon are smoked for this one. Talon want the angle back. It's a very awkward angle. It's a skewer back is there. They'll take care of Cuckoo. Not the biggest deal. They're trying to find the backline, but they're still alive. Solar Guardian are on top. Trapping Natsumi. Not going to get caught in that AoE. Buyback in Tim's as well, as he's blown apart by Mikado. BKBs are still ready on Talon. RP still ready on Jackie. Roche still a minute and a half away. BKB now up for FBZ as well. Lots of tension in this one. Kato playing with that ninja gear. Scan is good at the back. WS. BKB popped by Natsumi. And kind of lousy from Talon's end. And that just means you can't fight anymore. No BKB on Natsumi. How do you hope to get anything done? Roshan in a minute as well. Zedder just starting to shove in. Bot being shoved quite hard as well, forcing respawns out from FEZ. And he can always join back in with Sword Guardian back up. Roshan's going to be the scary one, and Talon are looking to surrender it. They've lost confidence without that BKB. They're fixing their lanes. Maybe they can make a run back in here. 30 seconds until that respawn. Full reset for FBZ in the fountain. Borrowed time still a ways off until Roche. A few seconds after Roche is back up, and it doesn't take too long for this Roshan to fall. Talon, this is where we saw them lose last time. Can they make this work? Still a fresh BKB on Mikoto. You've got 30 seconds till BKB on Atsumi. And you've got Roche coming up in 4. Something's got to give here. Talon just have no way of starting these fights. Outside of like Blink Smokescreen and Jokam dying. Roshan is spotted. Boom are well aware. Talon is aware as well. WS looking for a rear flank onto Zhao. Gets the silence, gets the spells out. The RP's out onto one. Natsumi did manage to pop the BKB, so he's going to be able to get himself out of dodge. So Guardian still chasing. Can they find Mac? Mac already forced a TP away now. Damage not there for Mikoto. We'll get the die back on John Yuel. FBZ now stuck in the rock and hard place as they have the damage to kind of deal with him. Still, skewer back onto Kuku. Will clear out the Ogre Magi with his buyback. Nullifier is there onto Tims. Tims is still able to run. Blow up Jokam as well. 2 down for Talon. This WS does not have forward time. Roshan will go down to daytime though. And a full reset for Talon as they have at least passed on a gem. But no one gets Roche.
Boom! There it goes.
And again, for Talon, that's just lousy. 3 down for 2 kills on Zhao. The RP threat's becoming more and more consistent. Double RP for Jackie. Bought the refresh, instantly refresh. Has that second use. And Boom Esports are hanging in there. Roshan will get started by Jackie. And Talon just failed to find an initiator. The support duo just I don't know. How are you supposed to start fights in Talon? There's literally nothing. There's no control outside of smoke screen. And that's it. Roche with a free Axe blessing to come out here for Boom. Could be a nice one to hand over onto Tims. Instead they'll pass it. Yeah, they will pass it onto Tim. So overclocking is up. Secondary life for Jackie. And Talon, I'm starting to lose faith again. I mean, good on Boom, but it feels like Talon really just kind of loses the plot sometimes. Mind you, Boom are also playing extraordinarily well. Swift Link for Mikado coming out soonish. 700 gold away from that one. Satanic for Natsumi can't help. It does feel like there's a damage issue here. WS going back for the Ags, so wants some presence for the borrowed time, wants to be able to force some aggression out. But a lot of healing coming in. And for Boom's part, again, you got the Sight of Vice up on Mac. He's going for Lincoln's next. Swift Blink for Jackie. He's got Ninja Gear as well to play with, which is perfection on a Magnus. Satanic's up now on Natsumi. Whether or not that's enough, we'll have to see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't feel like it would be. Boom onto those tier 2s now.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble. Radiant's lost their middle tower.
And onto the tier 3s.
Radiant's
Down
middle
bot.
tower isn't looking so
Creep
great.
wave is coming in on mid and bot. Talon trying for a smoke around. It's very obvious with no one coming in to defend.
Radiant's middle
Smoke
tower
broken on WS. We'll just find a simple one onto Tims. Maybe we'll find it. Instantly, borrow time popped on as WS gets the unit down. They have the gem on the ground. Can he find Mac? TP away. No, the stun is there. Big harpoon back from WS. They managed to snag away the gem again. And those are two of probably the best kills he could have asked for.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Tim's
under
not as
attack.
big, but finding out is Lena. Shot in the arm for Talon. Boom Esports this time. a little bit interesting that they walk back in, right? Like, they could tell no one's defending. They could tell smoke's there. Tim's was in the right spot to break it, but no response. Out from the side of Boom.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
19 to 20, 5k lead still up for Boom.
Middle tower's down on Dyer's
The Talon's
side.
starting to get the confidence to play up. Remember, you're playing high ground into Magnus, who does get the skewer back. Natsumi is stuck in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't manage to pop the Satanic though, so he's going to be fine healing up.
Now's not a good time to attack.
But that's the Satanic going down now for Natsumi for a few seconds here. Still getting started on the high ground.
Dyer's middle tower is in trouble.
Getting that silence constantly applied to apply some coverage here for the side of Talon from Jocam. BKB is still there for Jackie if he feels the need to do so. And one rack's advantage now for Talon all of a sudden. Off the back of killing off Max. So Talon do manage to keep this game even to an extent. There's that Midas for Cuckoo. He's going to be having fun. In fact, he has enough gold to just buy something cool now. I think a Sight of Vice from Cuckoo would actually do wonders. Could use an Aether Lance on top. His cast range isn't the best. Once you have that, things do start to simplify. WS with his Ags. Harpoon does still connect. This is such a big bait. That usage of the blink onto Harpoon. That is nasty, WS. Do get the hook shot into back. Isolating away Natsumi with RP. Doesn't really connect that to anyone. Mikado is fine. Jackie forced her away. Solar Guardian will still connect from FPZ, but now he's stuck in no man's land in the middle of the silence. Cuckoo still alive for now on the side. Get the faults, borrowed time out from WS. They take care of the Aegis. RP refresh. No skewer back. Skewer 1 unit away onto Mikado as he's saved by the Glimmer Cape. No dusts on hand as they keep this chase going. Laguna Blade, they'll blow up Jocam. That's one. But Mac now starting to be isolated away at WS. Does not have borrowed time. Might be able to find Tims, and they will. Mikado cleans up. Can they find anything more? John Uel would not be the biggest kill in the world here, and they'll play it safe. But that late BKB out from Jackie, ending up skewering like a unit away on Mikado. The Glimmer Cape saves, the lack of dust, the loss of that gem, costing the side of Boom a little bit, and Talon do manage to stay in. Man, you cannot skewer WS. I don't know what you're planning to do on Abaddon. Like, even if you manage to get that skewer without the blink, why the Abba? He's going to pop borrowed time. He's got the Ags. He's got the Shard. What is the plan with that? It's not a great plan, and WS keeps getting the blink back to break that off. Right? The blink back, creating further distance, making the middle ground right where WS used to be, allowing Talon to set up. Jackie has to calm down a bit. Because this game is on him. It's on him and Mac. Right? Like, Mac and Jackie have to be able to burst, have to get that huge control, have to work that team fight advantage up against Talon. Because Talon has no team fight. We've seen it time and time and again. Talon should not be in a position like this. They should not be able to reel it back. In an ideal scenario, in a 5v5, you win on Boom. You straight up win. Right? Like, you have RP, you have Solar Guardian, you have Hookshot Cogs blockage. You have this burst potential on Mac, you have the Sight of Vice running on him. You have to be so careful now. Even game. Reacts advantage for Talon. Talon as well. It's not like this is comfy. It's not like they're ahead by a huge margin here. They know they've lost a lot of ground. The map state is better, yes, with Arax on mid taken away. But the same issues stand. How do you take fights in Talon? How do you find these openings? How do you get control? You only really have, what? Homing Missile, Stun, and Fire Blast? Not good enough.
Double damage.
If Cuckoo could farm a Sight of Vice, that would be the way. What the hell happened to his Midas? Did he just sell it? Okay, I guess he used Midas, sold it. Or he bought Midas and sold it and just bought the Andis. Legitimately, I think he should have gone for Midas. Jokam, he's gonna get his blink up. He has an Aeon Disc, and no one has nullifiers on the side of Boom. Not a single one. Talon will have that slight edge on their supports not being insta-gib. Roche will see in half a minute what time that will come up, and that's where Boom has really shined around these Roche fights. Talon has been falling flat in that. A little bit of a siege out from Boom. You can't give this for free. Fortify forced out just to clear out the creeps. And it will get the creeps out of there. No hard commitment out. 40 seconds until Roche. Barely gonna be nighttime. It's mainly gonna be a daytime Roche.
Isn't looking so great.
And Boom, they can't afford to give this one away for free. The safety net for Talon's way too big. Talon gonna be smoking out, moving with her creep wave. They have some vision set up here, but not quite enough. I do feel like Talon's gonna need wards by either this cliff area or by the ramp on Roche, but they're still gonna be able to get it. Boom. Not there quick enough. Taking their time to clear out mid super creeps, but they have time. They still have that smoke running. They're gonna be coming in. Roche is up, and that flashbang does reveal the position of WS and of Natsumi. They know Roche is happening. Talon not gonna start yet. Jackie has the chance to get that RP, to sell this game, to force it into the game 5. This is do or die. Buybacks are available. Natsumi doesn't quite have his, and Jokam. Zhao is lacking his. Vision game is quite high. WS is already being moved down, but not going to be popping for our time anytime soon. Harpoon back. Mancha catch Kuku. He does have his Aeon Disc, so that doesn't amount to much. WS still looking for an angle back in with a borrowed time, but not going to be tempting fate just yet. They take away one piece of utility here from Talon. Boom. Taking away Kuku's Aeon Disc. And Jokam's a while ago. Yes. Does get the jump onto Mac, forcing out the BKB. The hook shot in the back though stops him. RP is already out from Jackie. Stuck in that Solar Guardian. Secondary RP is ready. Skewer back as well. Second RP doesn't clip Mikado though. Do they have enough damage for staying alive? The healing's overwhelming as the Satanic pops on now, and no one's dying. Looking for the kill. Jokam will fall, but Max the bigger one to find. Buyback force out from Zhao. WS caught in the cliff spot. The hell is that position with a harpoon? Buyback forced out. 2 buybacks from Talon. Mikado now starting to drop low. He does manage to find that kill first onto Tim's. They're all forced buyback, and again Talon mass buybacks for the Roshan. This is not a good feeling, as Boom Esports does manage to eke out a win, but they also bought back on Mac. Refresh up for FBZ. Roshan will be taken here by Talon. Boom not willing to fight into it. Aegis to be given out to Mikado. Just unfortunate for WS that his harpoon puts him onto that awkward ass cliff. He does have a refresh on hand. 2k advantage for the side of Boom, and again a 4k gold swing, but 2 buybacks coming in from Talon on the supports. A buyback on Mac might be a bigger deal. And a buyback from Mikado, if I recall right, but covered by the Aegis at the very least. Reaching the end point of this game. They're not going to be committing anytime soon yet. They understand RP's coming off cooldown. Half a minute.
Bounty.
Solar Guardian is off cooldown. In fact, double Solar Guardian, double BKB, double Shivas, double Blade Mail is ready to go. I like this from WS. Just looking for his own refresh. Who did they hand a refresh to? Huh? Ah? Did he eat the refresh? Already? Huh? Am I blind? Am I blind? What happened to the refresh shard? I guess they got used. Divine Rapier for Natsumi next. It's the endgame scenario now. Going on to those Tormentress, Free Shard for Natsumi, and the Wisdom Rune for WS. He's got that 350 AoE Mist Coil. Plays nicely with the damage output he has with his shard.
Fuel for my fire.
Lincoln's almost up for Mac. Divine Rapier up for Natsumi, but again, he doesn't have the coverage of safety here. But this is do or die now. Talon want to go to Wallachia without playing an additional game. Boom Esports still hanging on for dear life, and they're managing to make it a very big challenge for Talon. Still 2 minutes 40 on that Aegis.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
Aeon Discs have come back online. We're still going back to the Midas. I feel like my man, the Godfather, should have bought it 10 minutes ago. Then again, the Aeon Disc did come in handy, but I think he would have still farmed the Aeon Disc. As long as he got lucky with some Midas usage. Smoke out, though. Talon, they're playing into double RP, though. They're playing into double Solar Guards and double BKBs. Or are they? Are they playing into End? Long swipe around. Jackie does find Jokan. Aeon Disc is popped. Will try to dodge. Does get side of Vice up and is blown away. Damage from Natsumi isn't impressive enough to win him out this one. Natsumi now being forced up around. RP does not connect. Instead, Mikado actually tries to go in. Does get the stun out with his level 25. But then go for the refraction instances. Goes for a little bit more control. Another Aeon Disc popped. And you don't lose anything on Boom, you're happy. Talon is just not able to do much again. Boom, yeah, I mean, this game really does feel like in their control. It is 72% win probability for Talon. I don't know about that. If they don't find a way for Natsumi to kill everyone with this Divine Rapier, they lose. They need to get that team wipe. They need to stop Jackie from getting the RP. Smoke, boom. This could be the big one. 30 seconds left on Mikado's Aegis. They're looking for the long flank into the triangle. Talon are going to present themselves on that mid lane. Rocket flares are going to come in. They're going to try to burst on Cuckoo, but a quick Hurricane Pike away. And now comes the damage. Natsumi trying to man up, trying to go all in, but the RP catches him. They do manage to force tap him to safety. BKB has not been used yet. Titanic's still up there as well. And there goes Natsumi, ripping them to shreds. FBZ gone. Only the one as they try to jump for more. BKB TP for Mac as Tims will fall to damage. Not clean enough. Aegis will expire on Mikado now as well. So you've ridden out the Aegis timing here in Boom. You have the buyback in FBZ anyhow. For Talon, these fights are just so damn awkward. So damn messy.
Blessings.
Midas up for Cuckoo. Again, you should have bought that 10 minutes ago, brother. But you know what? Better late than never. And start to work into maybe a Sight of Vice. Maybe a second Glimmer Cape. You know. Something. Sentries dropped. Sentries dropped as well. It is spotted out. Will get started. They are trying to blow up Natsumi, but there's not enough burst there. In fact, a harpoon back. Mac! He dies. That's a dieback on Mac. A minute 25 without the buyback, and there goes Jackie. Buyback's forced onto those two big cores. Talon smell blood in the water. Second RP not up yet.
Top barracks are nothing
We'll take the racks. Mega Creeps protected with the tier 2, but Talon could go for the end game. Get the reset with the cheese. Can you find an angle? Can you get this work done, Jackie? As Talon are knocking on this tier 4, so Natsumi does not take too long. One tier 4 down, a second to follow. RP still 13 seconds away. Harpoon, no. BKB popped on. Jackie has to skewer back to the base. They get the Fortify out. They're getting stall. Oh, great hook shot out to stall this game again. The Pimp is just dead. Natsumi now. With that, Satanic does not care for the Blade Mail. They kill off Jackie. FBZ set to go. And the GG's called. Talon managed to take it. And now let us ask Lane for an interview, because good lord, what a messy game 3, but Talon do manage to take it out. Big props to Boom. They got to hang on there for a really long time. And they were there for quite a long time. You know, they look at this graph. Look at that mess. Let us dip. Let us continue a slow dive down when Talon was just kind of farming around, and the dip. And the slow rise up after they take that one team fight, and then they just clean up. But man, that was a messy game. Talon, that is a rough one. But they do win out in the end. They will make it. They are our Southeast Asian representatives for PGL Wallachia Season 4. And all stemmed from a couple of mistakes from both sides. Can I ask interview? Oh boy. Oh boy almighty. Talon Esports do make it to another LAN. I think they are 3 out of 4 for LANs. And 10, again, take a look at these stats here. But that was a game of margins. A game of margins. Again, and the margins were very slim. Why is Talon not in direct invite? Because I think that went to Aurora. And guess what? Aurora is not Southeast Asian anymore. And the way it works here, I believe, is by team. They invite the team, not the region. So Aurora will be showing up there. Spoiler alert, I don't really know for sure, but spoiler alert, I think Aurora is going to be there. But yeah, very well played out from Talon. Boom, they put up a good fight. It looked like they could have forced us into 5 games. They took a game off of Talon. Talon do end up clearing out 3-1. Very well played to them. No interview apparently, as it's team discussion going on now. So we will not get a word from anyone, as everyone's still talking away, discussing what went wrong in that game, looking to improve. Talon again, reach another LAN. The Southeast Asian hope is there. Loki Sykes, yes, I will actually start posting. I'll actually post a teaser. I'll do a short voiceover after this, and we'll post. Right, it's gonna start, and next post will probably be Sunday or Monday, and then it's gonna be Friday, I think is the plan. So we'll have like a double posting today and Sunday, and then it's Friday. Alright, so thank you again for tuning in. If you guys are interested, do check out the Merienda MJ channel. We're in there with Mike and John. I believe that's the YouTube. Merienda MJ. YouTube. Yeah, Merienda with Mike and John. Merienda at Merienda MJ. So we're going to post a little bit more. I'm going to get the videos out. When's our next LAN appearance? We don't know yet. Peace Walker 22. Hopefully sometime, but we don't have anything just yet. But thank you for tuning in. I do apologize for not covering all the games. As you can clearly see, I'm still a little bit sick. And I'd like to be not sick for Dream League 25. So hopefully that does start to clear out then. But again, big props to Talon. Boom. Fall a little bit short in this season of Wallachia. But they have a great performance for themselves. Anyhow, we're going to go. We're going to raid whoever is casting, I guess. What is there? China qualifiers. I'm going to take a quick check. We're going to take a short break. We're going to run an ad, and we're going to close out. Thank you again. Shout out to everyone watching. How Eclipse, Not Claude, Quadrumeister, Alleluia, Novita 4498, Loki Sykes, Chris Celcio, Yume Doto, Wolfwood 83011, Yume Unbokusu, Eva 84, Mad Jute, Novice 1311, Huchucks, Wisdesu, Andrew Shuai, How Eclipse, Jiva Jago, Crooked Pingu, Sanake Morellas, Blessing You, Dayamtu Merayap, Mr. Clean Tree, Dandy, Andy, Dan, Vane 2Q. I don't know if I'm saying some names again. But everyone that's been watching, thank you again. We're going to look for a channel to raid. We're going to run some ads just to help a little bit. And we'll see you next time on some community cast. And we'll see you on Dream League 25. That's going to be me and Michael Phoenix back. So he is going to be showing up for that one. We'll go on standby. We'll look for a raid and we'll have fun. Thank you again for tuning in and see you guys next time.